Hello and welcome to the Goddess Tulsa Show After Dark. I'm your host, Goddess Tulsa. Thank you all for coming out tonight. So, we will be discussing a young lady on Instagram that was being exploited. Hello and welcome. Thank you for tuning in to Goddess Tulsa After Dark. This is where you let your hair down, get you a beverage, prop your feet up or down. Now it's time to hit the like. Are you subscribed? Don't forget to hit that cash app because it's After Dark with a Goddess. Hello and welcome. Thank you for tuning in to Goddess Tulsa After Dark. This is where you let your hair down, get you a beverage, prop your feet up or down. Now it's time to hit the like. Are you subscribed? Don't forget to hit that cash app because it's After Dark with a Goddess. Absolutely. It's After Dark with Goddess. Thank you all for coming by. If you did not check it out, check out our community wall. We have now a Zoom account to where we express our feelings a little deeper on that side. We really don't have any holdback over there. And it's not like YouTube. So we do have another source to expand on our opinions. Thank you all for coming back. If you're a new subscriber, thank you for subscribing. If you're a returning subscriber, thank you for returning. All right, now we are going to go into the conversation. The conversation of how some Black people discard the fact that there are issues going on and things could be happening like in real time in their face, and they will not stand up for what's right. They will not stand up for what's right. And that's a problem. That's really a problem. And we call those people enablers. I did go ahead and post a link in the chat if you guys want to come up. But we're discussing a Instagram live that I was watching, and there was this young lady. I actually joined the live, and I wish I had recorded that footage. However, I didn't. But I showed up on a live, and there was this young lady on there, and she was pretty much, she didn't really seem stable. I'll say that. And there was this young lady carrying on a live. And so I felt like they were degrading her, exploiting her. And at one time, the guy the young lady said that the guy had stole her meds. Now, this is my thing. Don't come stealing anything. And she said that, after he had the encounter or whatever, shortly after, she had got terminated from her apartment. And now she's living in a hotel. Now, this man can freely go and get a piece of hot tail. We'll just say it that way. And then another thing is he sits up and brag about it. because there's two guys. There is okay here. Let me bring this up so I can show you guys. Hello, we have your favorite co-host, Sonya Mabia. Sonya, go ahead and let the people know who you are, where you're from, and where can they find you.
You can find me on Instagram, Twitter, Facebook, and YouTube. Just type in Sonya Mabia, and you should be able to find me. Where I'm um, from the hills, I'll beat your ass. Go play somewhere. Uh, Texas. Oh Lord, let's stop playing. Your mute made it. I mean, your mic muted.
Oh, okay. Yes, I love you. I love you. I love you. You are amazing. I do want to say this. So, the use copyright disclaimer under the Section 107 of the Copyright Act 1976 allowance is made for fair use for purposes such as criticism, comment, news reporting, teaching, scholarship, education, and research. And that's what we are doing here. We're doing our research. So, there is a trigger warning. The opinions are just that. We advise you to seek professional help. So please don't take any advice from here and incorporate it into your real reality. And as they would say on television, please don't try this at home. All right, so now we got that out the way. So Sonya, oh, so let me let the guests know that we do have a Zoom account. So when we want to discuss topics that are a little bit heavier than what YouTube can handle, that's where we will go. It's still a safe place. Everybody is welcome. And I want to start like a membership where we all can like get in there, socialize, and then see on YouTube, you can't name your title certain things. So what I would like to do is do like Club Goddess. And we have like just a chill night. Everybody put in their requests. Hello, Ebony. Thank you for definitely subscribing to the channel. And thank you for supporting um, our Zoom. So we had two Zoom, two Zoom meetings tonight, and we're still getting the hang of it, but thank you for this. However, thank you for the support. Like, nobody goes unmentioned. Now, we did drop the link. Ebony, if you want to come up, you don't have to cut on your camera if you don't like, but I wanted to go over the video that we watched in on the Zoom and just the behaviors of the black men, and how I just want to know from your lens, what did you see? Was anything offensive? And do you agree with how they are carrying on? And
Oh,
Sonya, the same question posed to you.
oh. Uh, what I saw was a young lady. I would say that well, another person said that the way she was acting is not her. That she hasn't been taking her meds. I don't know how long she. I mean, she might have been taking it. Haven't took about a week or so. But I had want to say that man talking about come to Texas. I hope she don't because I know Texas is one of the hot spots for sex trafficking because it's close to the border by Mexico, close to Mexico or South America, something like that. I wouldn't advise her coming here because they do push people through with that sex trafficking, especially out of Houston. I'm not
Wow.
I'm not too sure on Dallas, but I know in Houston, yes, because
Welcome. Oh, I'm sorry.
my stepsister daughter, she got met somebody online, and I guess I would say he groomed her. I'm not sure, but she went to go meet him, and he had her down there in Houston with that sex trafficking, and somehow she got away. and called my mom and her granddad, and they had to call the police to go meet her at the store or something to get her. So yeah, be careful who you talking to and meeting online, cause that man never showing his face. How do he look? These you see his face behind the screen or something to us?
Yes, I did, and I'll show that photo in just a second. I do want to welcome our guest, Ebony. Ebony is definitely a supporter. She did join us on the Zoom. Welcome to the Goddess Tosa Show After Dark, Ebony.
Thank you. Thank you for having me.
No problem.
Y-
What are your
Yes,
thoughts?
when we were watching the live on the Zoom, it was very disturbing because they were almost talking about her like she wasn't present. And they were cursing, they were using obscenities to describe, like her private parts, saying, "Oh, she wants it and I'm willing, to do something to her." So I felt like they were just talking about her like she was a piece of meat, and it was just very disturbing. And it was funny that y'all are talking about the human trafficking, because I had those thoughts as we were watching the live. I was
Mhm.
like, he's just giving like human trafficking vibes, like he's trying to pull her in. And then when you said there was even a point of on the video where he said he would put her on the corner, I'm like, that sounds like that's his ultimate goal.
Uh-huh. He don't look at her as being worthy of just that. I mean, because to say that and so low, you just took all her dignity away from her. Like you just took her confidence. And what it screams out is control. Because whether if she doesn't want to or not, it sounds to me that you would force her.
Yeah, for sure. Absolutely. It was
I mean,
disturbing.
oh no, go ahead. I'm sorry.
Oh no, I was just gonna say it was very disturbing. And I didn't like, I just kept thinking like they're just taking advantage of her because they can tell that she has a mental disability, and they're kind of setting her up. Even like with the stealing of her meds, it could have been all a plan to ultimately get her for human trafficking.
Hmm. But you know what? The crazy part is it was a black woman up there that was co-signing these black men and their actions, and she's like, yeah, what's she gonna do? I've been at my lowest, and she should be grateful pretty much.
And see that we're not right. Sometimes our race, as much as we want to be united and we want to love each other, will our actions will show that we don't care about each other. Like just because you had a rough road, don't purposely put your sister or your brother out there to have a tough road. Sometimes people are like that with their own kids. But I don't understand, like some women, it's like they hate other women, like they never want to believe the female victim. They judge, and then they cape for the man. Like I just don't understand.
What are your thoughts on that, Sonya? Why do you think women cape for men, and why do they be the first ones to make an excuse for them? Well, I can't say all women, but majority of what I've been seeing, majority of women has been like running behind these men, being at their defense, and continuously making excuses and looking over the fact of the big picture. And there's a victim sitting right here in your face, and you discarded her like a paper towel.
You asking me why women cake for men?
Hmm.
That's just, I mean, that's just that one. I mean, that one woman. I don't know too many women that. Well, it's. I wouldn't say majority, but it's women out there like that. To me, it's because of what they went through. I would say as a child, most likely, or they have low self-esteem about themselves, so they're gonna project that onto other people. Because not every woman got that is that type of person that'll sit there and say, "Well, that's him. He do what he want to do." No, not really. But like I said, like I don't know that lady, the young lady, Nola. I guess she from Louisiana. She sound like it, but I'm not too sure. Maybe it's something about her and her life that happened to her, where it's like now she don't care, or looking for that male her dad loved that she was never shown. So she look out there like at other men. Maybe they act like her dad or somebody in her family. Because majority, a lot of women does do that. They'll side up with the man because they been hurt. So instead of them being hurt, that's how. If I can't beat them, I might as well join them.
Well, listen,
She
I'm
might
glad
need
you
she might need some psychiatric help
Tanya,
herself.
just Tanya, hold right there. I'm glad you said that. You said if you can't beat them, then you're gonna do what?
Join them.
Okay, so 1 second.
Nothing you can do
The
about
money game. This ain't the black man's game. This ain't the white man's game. This is the money game.
scratching and scrambling most of my days to get where I got.
Not sacrifice yourself. The best thing you can do for poor people is not be one of them.
Now I eats in the big house kitchen. I got pine boards on the floor of my
If I
cabin.
crumble, my children crumble, my grandchildren crumble.
And it don't take much coughing for the master to make me have a cup of corn whiskey for my medicine.
I cannot, for the sake of my integrity, stand up here and let everybody that's counting on me crumble so I can make a statement.
Now that is fine living for a nigga, and I'll be damned if any African Guinea man is gonna make me lose all I've been working for. Now you take my meat.
There are ways to win the war in a different way.
Better learn. You best learn or you're gonna get the bloody back for sure.
You better learn or you're going to get the bloody back for sure. The reason why I played that is because it's generational behaviors. Generational behaviors. It's been passed on. Disrespect the black woman. The black woman ain't shit. The black woman was the first one to touch this land, baby. The black woman risked her life when she conceives, she carries a baby, and she gives birth. When she gives birth, there's a chance that she could just be gone up out of this world trying to bring somebody into this world. Why is it the woman is disrespected? Why is it okay for women to sit around men that sit up and disrespect women? Why is that a norm? Ladies, what are your thoughts?
I'm not really sure, Tulsa, why it's the norm because it's very frustrating. I think that it kind of comes from a good place. I believe that a lot of black women.
Okay, Ebony, I think you have some. Ebony, you have
passionate towards the black man.
Okay, you still with us?
Yes, I am. Is it like an echo?
Hold on 1 second. Okay, you still with us?
Yes, I am. Yes, I am.
Okay, it's like a robotic sound. Yeah, it's like a robotic sound.
Here, I'll leave out and come back.
Okay. So, Sonia, while we wait for Ebony to come back, what are your thoughts?
About what? Women and men?
Like, why men? I mean, why do women support or not like step up for other women when guys are doing that to us. Like, and then my thing is like,
Yeah,
it's
but we can't expect everybody to have our back. If you expecting that, then I suggest you figure out what's going on in your life. Because everybody's not your friend. Everybody's not gonna have your back. Everybody's not gonna think the same. So trying to figure out why women or men or whoever is not having your back,
no,
it'll drive you crazy. My thing
it's
is
a cultural.
hang around the people they
I'm
will,
I'm speaking
not the
on
people they
I'm
want.
speaking on the I'm speaking on the black community. Like, why are
Mhm.
some of us okay with these men sitting up disrespecting women and not saying nothing? I mean, silence is
Everybody
violence.
is everybody ain't the same. In the black community, everybody is not the same. It's light skinned people that don't like dark skinned people. It's dark skinned people that don't like light skinned people. I don't know what it is, but everybody is not gonna like you. Everybody ain't gonna be your friend. Women gonna do what they do, black people gonna do what they do. And that's the problem. We don't come together. I think in I would say late 60s, 70s is when things start to change in the household. And it's like they want to blame women for a lot of things. And I can say, yeah, with some things we are at fault, but not everything. Uh, it's like trying to figure out something else. It's like I really don't think about that. I just think about the people that I help and that helps me. I can't worry about other people and what they doing. I can't live their life. That's their life. If that's the life they choose to live, I'm pretty sure it's a lonely life,
Yeah, I'm not
unhappy,
saying.
lonely life.
Yeah, but Sonya, I'm not saying go out and live their life. I'm just saying, like, if something is going on while you're on social media, step up and say something. If you see somebody getting bullied, if you see something, if you see something that's not right, stand up for what's right. Like, if you see something in action, you never know, it could be your voice to change that situation. It could be
Okay,
your voice to bring attention to it, you know?
this generation is different than when you came up, or especially when I came up. It's like they woman, they got essay on that train or oral on that train. Everybody pulled their phones out. Didn't nobody help her? It's like now social media, it's like anything for clicking views, anything to make your page pop in this generation. It's
And I
like,
feel like that's what that lady did today. That was
yeah,
a plain example of what that lady did today. And what she did was she had um this mentally she just had a person with disabilities that, you know, appeared to be in distress, and just really put her out to the wolves. Like, y'all get that. She ain't stable. Get that. Get you a piece. It kind of took me back to the scene of the Players Club when Ronnie wanted Ebony to do the party. That's what it felt like. Those were the vibes. Sis was giving off Ronnie vibes.
nah, she was giving out clicking views. Cause that man kept saying, "Oh, you got her on her. Oh, it's about to be lit up. Oh, this live about to pop out. Oh,
Um,
they about to start clicking views, clicking views. Cause that's all they worried about. Who watching that live and oh, she arguing, she cussing me out. Keep her up, her. That's gonna bring everybody over her. So like for the clicking views to me, that's why she wasn't trying to say nothing. Cause she was letting them cuss, talk, and everything else, and let them say what they want to say. And people kept popping up and the live started moving. So she like, why should I cut this off? Well, Well, she just worried, and she wanted certain people up there. She didn't want the ones that was gonna try to help the girl. She gonna keep the ones that talked about her up there. You
Mhm.
know, say anybody came up there and was like, "Why y'all doing that?" Oh, this, that, and the third. They didn't want to talk to them. Oh, why you want her? They want the one that's gonna sit there and say, "Man, hey, where's she at? Hell, I might need to holler at her too, bro. What's going on?" Because he kept talking about sex. Like, who made you a sex god? Who made you think you better than anybody? And you got over $2 million worth. You talking about people outfits. I learned this alone as a teenager. It's the ones that look like they ain't got nothing that has everything. The ones that's walking around flashing, they ain't gonna do nothing for you. 'Cause they trying to look good. They trying to look good for the next person. Who you looking good for? The next man? 'Cause I'm pretty sure ain't no woman check it out for you. And if they are, they probably is. That's not my business. But every man that came on her, why you dressed like this? Why you dressed like this? Like, who made you the fashion police? Them the ones I talk to, the ones that's not dressing flashy. Cause who gonna run up on them? While you running your mouth, the ops gonna run up on you. And you just sat there and told people you had that kind of money. You don't think they coming for you now, bruh? You just made yourself a toy. And ain't nowhere you at. Come on, man. Come on. We're gonna be reading about you soon.
Well, you know what? What really made my ass itch was we have a woman on this panel, and never did she say this is wrong. What she did was try to find her role and see how she can benefit from the situation. And you want to know how she was benefiting from the situation? Um, she was getting live time. Oh, come on here, degrade her. I'll keep her here as much as y'all want. I'll bring her up if she drops down and she wants to come back. Like, it was more for show and tell.
If I was cash shopping her, I don't know. What I do not I
She
don't know
didn't
that girl.
have pen.
I've never been to her live.
And
I
shout
care
out to
not
those
to see
that
her
cash out.
live. Cause they talking about touching on things that I particularly don't want to talk about. That's triggers for me. So things like that, I tend to stay away from. Cause I know me. And
Yeah,
if
I think
she's in Louisiana, I ain't but a state line. I ain't but 2 hours away from Louisiana. That's it. I hit that border, I will come right into Louisiana. That's why I don't go to lives like that. Anything that's gonna trigger me, I tend not to watch.
yeah, well, Sonya, see, this is the reason why. I mean, I don't plan for things like this to happen. Like I said, I'm a reporter. So whenever I see a story, I definitely have to cover it, and I do not, that's why I put up my trigger warning because I don't want it to seem like I'm trying to trigger anyone. I want to bring awareness to it. And when people see it going on, stand up and say something about it. Like, hey, this is not right. Why are y'all sitting up here doing this? Like, have her put on some clothes or, like have her calm down. Like, don't be sitting up here. Y'all see this woman in distress. She didn't really seem like she's not having a conversation like you and I are having. She's not, she was dealing with a
When
lot
that
of
girl,
you. Huh?
when that girl came on her and said she was the type of person like you couldn't see nothing on her body, this, that, and the other. I see a change in her. Something happened. That told me everything I need to know right then and there. Like, oh, okay. And she not taking her medication. She having a chemical imbalance right now. And I'm
But
trying
did
to see if she's mental, is she getting a check? Is they using her for her money? Like, and you
she
send
said
her
that
money, she send other men. Like,
she said that she had sent
whoa.
him $50. She said she had sent that
Mm.
dude $50, and then she also said the night that he had come over, they were intimate, and then she said that when he left, apparently her 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 medicine left,
Now she
and
been
she
taking
said,
her medicine for a minute. That just ain't
listen,
they ain't happened to your medicine a day or two. She hadn't took that medicine over weeks
no,
for her shit to happen.
I'm talking about she has some pain meds like oxys,
Um,
some other stuff. And he even admitted on cam on Zoom that they had took that and they were intimate all night. That's what he said on the video. When we were in Zoom, he said, "Yep," and she gave me, but he didn't say the oxy. He said that she gave me a Percocet, and he said that they did it all night. So you didn't went over here to you came over here to claim this woman's medication, her feel goods, to make yourself feel good so y'all can feel good together so you can feel good your way on over to feel those those prescriptions. You came to fill a prescription.
she probably told him she had that. Like I said, she ain't taking no medication. She ain't in her right mind. And is they dead wrong? Yes. But whoever her
Caretaker.
casework is, because I'm trying to figure out, okay, apparently she has some girl coming over, somebody coming over. She don't have nobody. I will say this. She don't. She got people, they found the sucker and they finna run for it. I'm sorry, it is what it is. They say they don't found them a lick. So yeah.
Well, you know what really bothers me is the young lady. I think she went to Cali or she went to Vegas or she went to Houston, one of them. And she went down there to do some exotic dancing. And they just found her remains. I mean, they found her remains. And then the guy, here, I think I do have the story. Give me 1 second. I have a story on that where the guy, they have released him back into society.
Mm.
Oh my goodness. Okay. Okay, so here we are. I'm gonna go ahead and just bring this up so we can read it. Okay, it says, shout out to the Neighborhood Talk for providing us this article. Man accused of murdering woman was released from custody despite police having evidence of photos of 4 dead bodies on his phone. In Google search, history of how to be a serial killer. Houston police are searching for Chukwubuku Nwadabodo, 28, who is a murder suspect that got Googled how to be a serial killer after they questioned and then released him. He is charged with murder and tampering with evidence in connection with the April 16th disappearance of 24-year-old Felicia Johnson. Rest in peace. Felicia had traveled to Houston from San Diego for an audition at a local strip club. Investigators think that Nubato murdered and dismembered Johnson by luring her to his apartment after promising her $500. Houston police executed a search warrant. Executed a search warrant. Give me 1 second, guys. Executed a search warrant on the home of Nwabado on May 13th and arrested him upon finding a mountain of evidence, including blood, weapons, receipts, and supplies in the suspect's car, and Johnson's blood and DNA in his apartment. Police found a photo of a dismembered woman on his phone and 3 other photos of dead bodies. It is not clear on why police allowed the suspect to go free after they discovered the items on his phone. However, a department spokesperson said he was releasing pending further inquiries. Nwabado is still on the loose. What are your thoughts? I mean, when you talk about exploitation, you think about people that prey on innocent people, harmless people, people that are not in their minds, but if they were in their right minds, they would not make those choices. And yeah, everything
I
is
don't
sick.
text
Ebony,
no more.
what'd you say, Sonya? I'm sorry for cutting you off.
I said, I don't think he in Texas no more. Yeah, I
Exactly.
don't.
Exactly. But see, this is the rhetoric that they push. They, when I say they, the white supremacists, the people that are against us, our oppressors, they say, well, we don't really have to do much because we gonna let them unalive themselves. And that's when I say, when this mentality comes up, that's when I play this video. We'll be
Mm.
Nothing you can do
The
about
money game. This ain't the black man's game. This ain't the white man's game. This is the money game.
scratching and scrambling most of my days to get where I got.
Not sacrifice yourself. The best thing you can do for poor people is not be one of them.
Now I eats in the big house kitchen. I got pine boards on the floor of my
If I crumble, my children crumble, my grandchildren crumble.
and it don't take much coughing for the master to make me have a cup of corn whiskey for my medicine.
I cannot, for the sake of my integrity, stand up here and let everybody that's counting on me crumble so I can make a statement.
Now that is fine living for a nigga, and I'll be damned if any African Guinea man is gonna make me lose all I've been working for. Now you take my
There are ways to win the war in a different way.
better learn. You best learn or you gonna get the bloody back for sure.
okay. So I played that, and this is the thing. Everybody told Monique, be quiet. You're doing too much. You're gonna miss out. You're gonna lose out. You're gonna mess things up. You're not gonna have an opportunity. Shut up. Don't say that to master. Don't say that master gonna get you. It's that generational behavior. They released him.
Yeah,
So
who
he
this is
didn't
a Steve Harvey.
Yeah, Ebony, he was released. They said that he was released pending further inquiries. So the black woman can't even get justice. And I'm gonna throw this out there. Had it been Becky Ann, she got live coverage. Oh, and if it was the opposite race, I meant the same race. Oh yeah. Because once you kill their own, it's a problem. You don't see white cops killing white people. We don't see that. You see white cops killing black people, right? And we're going
I
to
don't
come
seen
together when a white cop kills a black person. We need to come together all around. Set our differences aside. Our ancestors fought hard and rough and tough, blood, sweat, and tears for us to be better people. Listen, they gave us nothing and we made something. Let's not dumb down our black brothers and sisters. Let's not look at them as less than. If we see them lacking, we're all talented human beings. Teach them, guide them, love them, care for them as if they were your own. Ebony says, yeah, we have to undo the bad thinking, generational behavior, like you said. We do. Standing by and letting a man just go in on a woman. No. And this is another thing. We have disrespectful black men out here that are disrespecting black trans women, transsexual women. You cannot take away the fact that that's still a woman. And you know what? I don't carry on. I'm not going to carry on back and forth with no man. What I will say is, you know, like I said the other night, there was a gentleman, hey, cuz. Well, I'm a lady and I don't like to be approached as, hey, cuz. I mean, I know it's some chicks out there that enjoy that, but I'm not that girl. I'm not that lady. Don't call me cuz. My name is Goddess. So entertain those words in that conversation with your boys. Because those are your bros, those are your cuz, and all this and that. Sonya, what are your thoughts? What are your opinions? And how are you feeling about everything, child?
So what? Because like I said, that there's some people, they don't want to learn until they got to learn. So I'm not going to change nobody way of thinking, but every action got a reaction. So whatever they do, be prepared what's going to happen. Because, like I said, whoever them people are, and I'll pray that young girl, a young lady, uh, somebody go help her. Whoever the girl was talking, maybe somebody, contact somebody. Just make it sound like they in North Carolina. They kept saying North Carolina. So they might be in that state. And maybe you need to like reach out to her and have her to come over here.
Yeah, well, see, I
And
reached out to her, but her thing is,
with everybody.
she has to accept her request, on Instagram.
And just talk to her away from them. Cause as long as they're around, she ain't gonna listen. She gonna want, cause like, girl, don't listen to her. Girl, you do what you want to do. Girl, you grown. You do what you. Girl, you just not all these people. Now she needs somebody to talk to her, not around them.
Yeah.
And hopefully she get back on that medication and get it together. Cause I hate to hear one day something happen to that girl. Cause like I said, the police, FBI, they on Facebook, YouTube, Twitter, Instagram. They are on there. And if they happen to that young lady, everybody that's on their live, they coming too. You best believe that.
Yeah, and Sonya, let me acknowledge Hood Life Chronicles comment. Welcome, Hood Life. She says, right, you are a lady. You're more lady than some of us, for real. And you know what? This is the thing. I am a woman, and my thing is, I don't weaponize my womanhood. If anything, I want me and my sisters to get along. I want us to stand up and stand for what's right when we see one of our sisters getting talked down on by a group of men or two men and a woman. And the woman was just, she wasn't really standing. She would chime in here and there, but she's up here enabling a place for this woman to be degraded and exploited. Ebony says, I'm sorry that trans women are unsafe with some men. It's not right. It's an immaturity for them. And I say, it's not me, it's them and their lack of education. Because, this is the thing. If a man is confident and secure in himself, he can have a conversation with any and everybody, right? And he's not going to get pressed. He's not going to get butthurt by engaging in a conversation. He's not going to feel uncomfortable with engaging in conversation with somebody other than what society say is normal, and that's the problem. People, I'm glad we're here. The heterosexual community, you want to sit up and y'all want to bash, but let's open up your closet door and let's address your skeletons. And I'll just leave that right there. Her Life Chronicle says Queen Tulsa will be great. Her lives are so interesting. No drama, but still got a portion of hood. Absolutely. Listen, we covered all. And see, I'm thankful because somebody tried to say, oh, Queen Tulsa was a prostitute. Baby, listen here, that was my story to tell. And guess what? That was my mission to be on. So don't get mad at me. That's my message. I've been there. I've done that. I'm able to talk on these topics because I have experience. And what matters in life is experience, my loves. Experience. Experience gets you a long way if you take heed to the message. Sonia says, hit the like and subscribe button, please. Okay, period. Her Life says, I love you. Stand up for what's right, Queen Goddess Tulsa. Yes. Sonia, I really have a problem with that. It's like, that just rings my bell. That just rings a fight up in me.
You don't let nobody raise your blood pressure up. Like I said, them people, they mostly were doing, like I said, because they kept saying, every time that girl came up there, I guess, cussing people out or getting on them, and that man kept saying, "No, don't drop it. That's bringing everybody over. It's making the views go up." So I'm like, okay, so you starting all this for clicks and views, but this generation, they don't care as long as they can get some money out of it. They don't care what's going on with what's going on with you. As long as they can exploit that and use you to make money, they're gonna do that.
Well,
it is what it is.
This is like Black supremacy. This is Black supremacy because you had a panel of Black people on there. Nobody was encouraging her. And it's like we already have enough to deal with. And speaking of enough to deal with, there was a viral video that happened to surface of two white men actually damaging this young Black man's car. So without further ado, let me go ahead and play it.
Who got the gun?
Right here. Tell me what you were doing. Burning out racing through my fucking neighborhood. Burning out racing through your fucking neighborhood. I told you not to. I'm not in your face. Get out of my neighborhood, fuckwad.
Who got a gun? Who got the gun?
The guy who's got a permit to carry it.
You got a gun?
You're the one that would get a gun.
All right.
Get out of this neighborhood.
All right.
Get out of this neighborhood. You don't belong here, brother.
But y'all want to smash the fucking window? Smash the window?
Yeah, he did.
Hello, Donald Eugene Corsi and Howard Oral Hughes from Sanford, Florida. Oral is a hilarious name. I'm sorry. Racially profiling a Black kid and then attacking him, physically attacking him and saying all this racist shit like, get out of here, we have guns. The way I found you was that the victim made this video on Instagram.
They already had all their little neighbors, all their little friends come outside trying to defend them. saying they seen the whole situation. And what one of them said, they was like, "Officer, we don't tolerate none of that in our neighborhood." Basically, like saying like I ain't belong in a neighborhood, and you feel me? They was like, especially you have the police in our neighborhood. No, we don't tolerate that. So bam, right? And y'all telling me how I should have handled it or how y'all would have handled it, but you feel me? I wasn't finna give them no reason for me to get jumped up. And the two people that was involved, like the two people that damaged my car, they got locked up. But you feel me?
So
Okay, so we have black on black supremacy, and we have this going on in the world. So not only are we fighting amongst each others, we have other oppressors fighting us too. Go into their neighborhoods and see how that goes. We do have some comments. Oh, y'all been tearing this comment section up, honey. Her life says, I love you. Stand for right, Queen Goddess Tulsa. Yes, right. I like the preview on the stroll. Yes, those are like real life experiences. Like, you know, we gotta help the people. Yeah, some heterosexuals hypocritically judge other groups. Yeah, yeah. Hi, Salam. Welcome. And thank you. Please like Hood Life Chronicle says to hear men talk about our sisters on that way upset me. It should, yes, it should upset every sister. It should upset every woman. As far as women being mean to trans women, I think it's hard for them to accept that more men are bisexual than they want to admit. That's a problem. That is a problem. And see, you have men that sit up and perpetuate this narrative, and they are to blame as well. They are to blame as well. But this is a great one. As far as women being mean to trans women, I think it's hard for them to accept that more men are bisexual than they want to admit. And I wouldn't even call it bisexual because a trans woman is a woman. You get what I'm saying? Is no underneath, is no overboard, is none of that, no in between. Because this is the thing. There's a drag queen that is a male that jumps up in women's clothes and put on makeup and stuff, and they do that in and out. That's what you call a drag queen. That is not a transsexual woman. A transsexual woman is a woman that went to a psychiatrist and got evaluated and got her paperwork and said, yes, this woman is, these are her diagnoses. This is this. And then from that point, then they go into the clinicals where they get prescribed hormones. Okay, so if you're not doing that, then you're not a trans woman. But that's just the start of the conversation of being a transsexual woman. Yusuf, welcome
Hey,
to our conversation. Happy Pride Month. I'm going to
happy
read
Pride Month.
just one more comment and then we can sound off. Ebony says, some women get mad at me when I say more men are bisexual, and they're mad when I say cis women. Doesn't make me mad. Absolutely. But, everybody's entitled to their feelings, and we don't get the right to tell people how to feel. But go ahead and sound off, Yusuf.
Right. Well, I just got in, right. I saw like 2 seconds of the first one, and then I had to jump off. And so I'm not really sure exactly what happened, but I do know that you find some of the most, and hi Sonia, hi everybody in the building. And I seen that you interact with some of the most peculiar of individuals on Instagram. I actually did a review on one of those videos. I don't know if you caught it, but I definitely was going to hit the link at some point over here because I know I appreciate when you hit the link over here and stuff. And, my sister in media, and I'm very, checking out your content is good. You're a good person. And so, but, girl, I don't know how you can sit down with them big kids over there. Girl, honey,
It's just, you have to just dive in. And sometimes it's not about, talking the whole time. Like I want to get in there and I want to engage and I want to pick their minds, but I also want them to show them their authentic selves to the public. And then I want to bring awareness, and we sit around and we dissect and we incorporate this into our content, and we inform our subscribers, hey, like our family, hey, this is what you look for. And we create healthy environments. Sonya, Yusuf, the content creators that are close to me, we create that environment where it's a safe space. And drama and
Right.
putting someone down is just not in our ingredient of what our content. Yeah, there's fun shade, but then there's another way of being downright dirty, being malicious, and perpetuating the Black supremacy against each other.
Absolutely, and it's with no reason. So it's like supremacy backwards, because we really have nothing. Like, we're not capitalizing off the things that we have to offer. Like, as Black people, we might not have the most money, but a lot of us do. But there's also the social capital, the intellectual capital, the entertainment capital, and of course, as women and gays, the sexual capital.
Yeah.
There are a lot of different things that you could be wagering to have a better experience, but you really do need to unite, because community is common unity. But whatever the main point is, I know just from the point of the title alone is enough for me to
let me
just
take it back off that, since we're talking about community, and I'm sorry to cut you off, but let's look at the Hispanic community. Listen here, I don't give a damn what nobody say about them. They will have one van and it's 15 of them in there. And guess what? They're going to make it happen. They're going to stick together. They are going to ride that van until everybody gets up enough money to get another vehicle. And then somebody else save up enough money to get another vehicle. And then guess what? They invest into property. Okay, now we're going to have shelter. So now we got vehicles covered. Now they have their shelter. And even if they start off in one shelter and everybody has to stay there, they stay together. And then look at the Asian community. Guess what? They got all these damn restaurants around here. They got beauty supply stores. You got everybody working there together. Okay. This is a problem. We have to wake up, and it starts with us. Listen, we're Black media. The mainstream is going to cover this. We have to cover it.
Right, and we have to cover it, and we got to overcover their tracks of all the stuff that the mess that they make too, and also have to use it as a power of our own.
That.
So that's
listen here. No, I'm sorry to say fuck that, but no, we have to just say what it is. Hey, this is the example, and this is why we're correcting it. We're not going to go backwards. This is the correction, and this is why I'm bringing it to your attention. Because the further we go back, then we're never going to get ahead. We need to call the problem out, address it, and move on to the next one. That's just my personal opinion.
Well, we're saying the same thing. We're just coming from a different angle.
Right.
That's exactly
Look, I am fired up over here.
Even just off the title alone, I can see how it is. The silence being violence. Silence is violence inside and outside of your community. Like, you're just sitting by and watching a woman be abused and not helping. You're watching your own brothers be abused and self-destructive, and you're not helping. You're watching fathers be deadbeats, and you're not helping. And you're watching a lot of things. You're watching the children struggle. You're watching generations be broken. You're watching white supremacy play out in front of you, and you're not doing nothing, sitting around and feeling like you're defenseless. And what gets on my nerves is that they do know how to unite. They do know how to get together and get calculated, and they understand the social science of community. When it comes time to suppress or oppress, they're always there to sound off and silence somebody and be hateful, but they're never there when we need you to sound off. And so they wonder why their voice is missing, not just in media, but in the world. Even when people give you the grievance as a Black man, it's because they look at you as an authoritarian. And just like Queen Tulsa said, you could really it was easier just to say what groups don't stick together. And that's just us. And it's trash. We're divided and conquered, and we know it, and we sit around making all kind of excuses, wanting to focus on everything else, want to pacify the feelings and this and that, and nobody's doing nothing to bridge the generational gaps and the wealth disparities or nothing. And even the non-violent things that you can do, you're afraid to do that. What has been taken from you is the will to fight, okay? Unless it's one another. It's just trash behavior. And it's the same thing that y'all do when you let racists get away with it and you shelter them and you come protecting them. It's the same thing that we do to certain groups of Black men, which is way too many for us to have progress. It's just like today being our freedom celebration and then Father's celebration. What about all the broken homes in our community? We're going to ignore that and all the people that's going to be hurt that day? All the moms that got to be told Happy Father's Day that day? Are we going to forget? And what about the rest of the year? You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
So where's the men at socializing with other men about manhood and brotherhood and fatherhood and what it takes to be good fathers and rites of passage? Nobody's talking about that. They're always somewhere trying to rate and berate a woman. They're
Exactly.
trash. And the good ones ain't stepping up and stepping on their necks and snatching the mic. So what you would expect? So now you're gonna have a hard time tomorrow, good dads, being celebrated. Sorry.
Listen, no, you just stepped up. You just said something powerful from a black man's mouth. From a black man's mouth. Black men are educated. I love that about you, Yusuf. Listen here. Can you just brag about your cooking skills and all that good stuff right quick, please?
Yeah, we cooking in the Teal kitchen using lots of butter. Whoa, yeah. That's about it. But this is my thing, and I really had a spiritual message, Goddess Tulsa. Did you catch my spiritual message this morning?
Give it, baby.
Girl, when I tell y'all, when I tell you black family, I don't give a damn what you was, how black or blue you is or ain't. When I tell you, now I already reported on a whole bunch of mass shootings out here. Now I'm gonna just rewind and fast forward. I already reported on mass shootings. The biggest thing I saw today, imagine how the energy brought me here. I was ready to preach about the same thing I do every year. It's about time we take the celebration and the meanings behind our cultural practices back. It's about time that we celebrate our ancestors and this and that. And then you finally get that day, right? And then you want to say that, but then you just want to celebrate. So you don't know. So I tried to come from a different approach this year, right? And so I wake up in the morning and I already know. I said I'm going to the Dollar Tree Family Dollar when I wake up. So I said, all right, I already know I got like 4 or 5 items on the list that I'm going to get. I already know that's going to be easy, like less than $10. I'm in and out of there. So I get up, and the main thing I need, keep this in mind though, Queen Goddess. The thing is, we doing media, right? So the main thing that I needed from the dollar store was my some electrical tape because my microphone cord is starting to chew. So I needed some electrical tape for temporary fix, right? And so let's just say that was my main item on my 5 items, right? They didn't have it. So I said, damn. Well, let me go look at this pawn shop over across the street and see if maybe they got the cord. I pull up. It was a white lady in the car and she had a baby in the back seat. She cut her eye at me like, you pulled up right here like you just pulled up. I'm like, yeah, bitch, it's in the parking spot next to you. And so I got it. I got out the car. I went in there, no less than 2 minutes in and out. I saw they didn't have my cord. I was out of there. By the time I put my seatbelt on and turned my neck, do you know I saw 2 pale males come from out of that pawn shop with the biggest assault rifles I ever seen in my life, with barrels bigger than a vacuum attachment, body big as a vacuum.
Oh no!
Like a dirt devil, literally military grade weapons. No, this was today. And the energy brought me there just to see if they got a cord that they didn't even have. I was in and out in 2 minutes. And just that quick, I saw possible white identity extremists that we might have to report tomorrow because they want to catch you while you're celebrating your freedom. Catch you while you're celebrating your achievement.
Hello. Somebody, did he talking somebody?
Straight spiritual message.
Is he talking? Listen here. And you know what? I'm getting so... When you got on here, I just got so excited and I feel the energy and I want you to be loud and proud about it. If you need me to stand with you, I stand with you. When you want to shout and blast it, send me something in my Instagram DM. I might not check it right away, but I want to support you. I want to support you loud and proud.
Thank you, boy. I was looking for somewhere to deliver this message at all day because I be getting trolled and stuff because why reporting white identity extremist attacks and stuff like that, just reporting on it. But nobody's policing the behavior. It was so easy, just as nonchalantly as I don't even go to the pawn shop to go in there and see for a cord. If they're going to say, I'm not even going to say which state, I'm just going to say this, boo, Debbie, I'm in the South. Let's just say I'm in the South, but it don't matter. It's all over the world because just as quick as that one is hundreds and thousands more plotting on your happiness because they want to take your spirit in the state of jovial and celebration because that's what demons do. They want you to die like that, good and happy. And so I was trying to promote security and safety and awareness so that everybody, when y'all go out and y'all celebrating tomorrow, when y'all outside twerking and Birkins and all of that, y'all need to be out there and make sure that your cousin or your uncle or your husband, whoever is that one, even your crazy ass little ratchet cousin, whoever it is out there, get your ass in this corner and sit right there and we'll bring you a plate.
And if you are able to, I recommend everybody get them some safety equipment. Go out and buy you a strap.
And it won't be as easy for you to get it as it was for them to walk out with those 2 military grade assault rifles. So I promise you, Queen, the biggest I've ever seen. And I've reported on hundreds and showed the pictures.
Well, I'll just say this. I am encouraging everybody to stay strapped as I am, and definitely stay strapped. We got to stay strapped. You have to protect your home. Your home is your safe haven. Everybody needs something in the house. When you look at these home invasions and these people aren't strapped, you need to be strapped. I got to push that. That was Spirit telling me, because you brought that up for a reason. We need to also be strapping and going to these gun ranges and preparing
exactly
ourselves.
That was my point. We got to be aware, not just strapped. We got to have a will to fight and a will to unite, a strategy, a mindset, an agreement that not only are we willing to fight for our own lives and our own family's life till the death, even if necessary, hopefully God forbid, but even if necessary, that we are willing to do. You have to decide that and already know that long before you ever run into that situation. Hopefully you never have to, because oftentimes you'll run into that situation and it'll be hard to decide what you should do because you're like, oh, what's right and what's wrong? Meanwhile, your life is on the line. You don't have time to decide about things like that. You got to know and be ready. That's what a warrior, but also a warrior class of people. We have to all be understood that if something happens, like, you know how when one person run, all black people, we run, because one person run, we're like, well, what we running for? And we all run like, fuck that, because I see you clearly running for safety. Right? Yeah. It's the same thing. We got to have that same thing when it comes down to a confrontation when it comes to us as well.
Yeah. You know, and a lot of people are sounding off in the chat. Welcome, Timothy. Welcome, Jennifer Love Spewitt. Welcome, Debbie Lowe. Debbie Lowe said you did a good job of that the other night, Queen. And she said, that's right, Queen. I grew up in the South Bronx and Harlem. The Hispanics were tight, but some of my best friends are Hispanic and they are truly beautiful people. You know, I admire them. They are very, truly great people. It's just, even when they're so friendly, I mean, they you know, invite you to the parties. You can go into that community and it could be a party going on. You could be walking past, they're going to invite you over. You walk into the black community and you walk past a party and you know, look in some type of way. Oh, you got a problem. Now it's about to go down. So she says, so true. Debbie Lowe says, my mom was severely abused all my life by my father. And that is sad. Childhood, and some of our cases start from childhood. That trauma of seeing our daddies and our parents getting into it. Debbie Lowe says you're very profound, Yusuf.
Thank you, Queen. Thank you for listening. Only had a couple minutes. I was just hopping up here real quick. I'll be here. I got like 10 more minutes. This is a great engagement.
I don't want to stop. No. This is.
I'm just saying I got like 10 more minutes and stuff.
Oh, okay. So listen, Jennifer Lusby says hello, Goddess Sosa, Maz in chat, and she also says hello to you. And also, Debbie says Georgia passed a law that enables us to purchase guns easier, and I'm getting mine after my gun classes. And she says, I don't want to hurt somebody by accident. And we definitely want to encourage you to get some gun classes. Don't just go out there and be reckless. Definitely be responsible. We are not giving you advice. And once again, our trigger warning says the opinions are just that. We advise you to seek professional help. So that's in all cases and on all topics.
Blue.
Okay. So listen, shout out to Wendy Williams. How do you feel about Wendy Williams' departure without her and the disaster that followed?
Well, it's definitely not unexpected. I mean, it's not unexpected. I mean, I don't know what you would expect from, once, after everything else, all things considered in history. And even when you put your best foot forward as a Black person, and especially as a Black woman, and prove yourself 10 times thoroughbred, and that they still turn their back on you and throw you under the rug and take and use your name and pimp it against you like that. Okay. In the shade of it all and the collective togetherness of it. And so, it's not peculiar. I mean, what did y'all expect them to send her off on her final episode, or give her show back, or have Sherry interview her, or let them talk it out with the staff, or let her do what she wanted for her last show and show her real, true appreciation and tribute? You think they're ever going to appreciate us in life or death? Really?
Okay, so
and I wish somebody would try to take over my show that I made for myself. It take 100 of them to run that show, and only one of us to do our whole brands up here. So something's clearly crutchy about the whole situation. It's very slave mastery, in my opinion. Now I understand that everybody got to work together and all of that stuff, but people's never working together with us the way we're working together with them. And it's greedy and it's stingy and it's evil, and that was shady, and they did that on purpose. And watch Wendy, she needs safety, she needs security too, because I don't trust nothing around her.
Well, what was disparaging about it was, okay, Sherry was just supposed to come on as a fill-in, but this is my thing. Even on this was supposed to have been the send-off. And first of all, I was looking for Wendy. Second of all, I was looking for them to actually release some balloons, just uplift her, make it all about her and not about Sherry's past career and how she maneuvers on stage when she has a heckler and all that, because we weren't there for that. We weren't there for that. We didn't need to know your backstory and all that. I feel like it was underhanded. And I really feel like they took advantage of her. And I really feel like she is definitely going to fire back with a lawsuit. Her ex-husband, Kevin Hunter, he's already filing suit with the production company just because of their shenanigans. Let me say this. Debbie says, in my area, the KKK put out flyers for recruitment, not realizing we here. Listen, let me say this. Could you email that to me?
There's another one too. There's another one too. They do that all the time. There was a story in like 2017. I remember reporting it so vividly. The Klan Juniors, mind you, that the white woman stitches the robes for. Okay, the WKKK, but the Junior Klan, they was going around literally plotting in areas in the morning time where the school bus picks up the kids in the morning and dropping off, join the KKK flyers, just like she just said. And also they had Snickers in it, mini candy bar Snickers. Think about it. Think about the terminology and etymology and all of that. Snickers, the little ones, the fun size ones. And they was trying to recruit for the Junior Klan to white people's kids in the morning on their lawn before they got on the bus.
Wow. And I'm sorry, Debbie, for that you even had to encounter that trauma. Anybody, that is sad. She said, my first memory was 5 when she had taken to the hospital, but my aunt told me it was since I was born. But
I wanted Sonya to add to it too. I didn't want Sonya to feel like she couldn't talk. Where she go? Because I was listening when I came in. I was listening to y'all. Y'all had me going. I just was looking for somewhere to tell that message to, and that was really it.
Hello.
I was listening.
Oh, she said her phone is getting hot, dropping down. I'm sorry, I didn't even see that comment. Sometimes sometimes her phone gets hot. It was pretty bad. He was a heroin addict. See, and this is the thing. When someone experiences trauma, it doesn't, you can experience trauma from childhood, you can experience trauma anytime. And I feel like you can experience trauma after that divorce. So Yusuf, the whole situation with Wendy, her husband, cheating on her, having the baby, having the baby, buying the house right down the street. I mean, it was a lot. And then to watch her documentary and really kind of get more of a full insight on who Wendy was. Wendy was a hardworking woman from the time that she stepped into radio. And I feel like she opened up a lot of doors for a lot of people that come behind her. And that's all races of people. Let's just say that she is queen of radio, television, telling a story, and giving her thoughts. She was and still is that aunt to our family where we can go to and get a good story. You know, and people say, oh, she was so messy and all this. Well, guess what? We sat right up on our auntie and listened to those stories.
That's right. And she deserves respect. Any black woman deserves respect. Any black man deserves respect. The same respect y'all give. Y'all give it to serial killers. Y'all give that same respect and that same social grace to terrorists and domestic terrorists. You give that same social grace to your colonizers. I mean, I don't see what the problem is about a black person, yet alone a woman. And that's so horrible, Debbie. And you know, and guess what? Happy Father's Day to him. Look, happy Father's Day to him, I guess, right? See, that's what I'm saying. Like, whatever.
But she said she loves her dad. You know, those were just
she's supposed to love her dad, but that don't mean that he escapes all that accountability.
Yeah, we can't. Yeah, I get what. Thank you for
just the one day that I wouldn't even say nothing about him.
Remember, Kevin controlled her social work and financial life and destroyed her home life while she was the workhorse and moneymaker. Well, see, that's why, you know what? That's why therapy is so important. And to have an unbiased person give you that feedback, you know what I'm saying? But, you know, sometimes when it's all about the enablers, an enabler. You think that at any point in time, Kevin wasn't an enabler. He was an ex-dealer.
Why does everybody say strong black woman like it's a bad thing? Like Miss Debbie in the chat and Wendy and so many other women are so strong. And that's a beautiful thing. Like, could you imagine it takes the way that black women can just love everybody and really feel like she's the mother of everybody and know that, you know what I mean? The mother of the civilization. And that's why y'all have that deeper empathy than everybody. That's what makes y'all better at that. And it's up to the kings to make that type of queendom and that empire for y'all to be queens. And he listens to your orders, you know, and that's how it's supposed to be and vice versa.
Yeah. And see, you know, you have men that have pride issues. You have men that grew up with trauma.
But that lady would never get no help either, though. Miss Debbie's never going to probably, I don't want to wish it on her, but
let me tell you,
the chances of her getting the help she needs.
Exactly. And see, the help that she needs. And see, in our community, mental health is what? Is shunned. It's shunned. It was never acceptable. I didn't really learn about mental health and therapists and stuff until, you know, how important it was until I got older.
Black women be loving their enemies, loving their birthing their enemies, loving their enemies, sleeping with their enemies, feeding their enemies, feeling sorry and empathy for their enemies and everything, and just get nothing but pie on their face. And it's not cute and it's not fair. And it does need to be a social class of black men that steps up and do something about that. You see what I'm saying? It ain't got nothing to do. And then also when it comes down,
that's your movement. That is your movement. Push this. You are the one. You're the man. Push this.
I'm just the faggot. You know, they tell them I'm a same gender loving man. So they will say things like, how are you black and pro-black? I mean, how are you gay and pro-black? And I'm like, well, how are you black and not pro-black? So that's the real cricket.
My mom worked out all her life. She gave me trees to grow in Brooklyn graduation in all white school. I was buzzed down during desegregation. She worked so hard. Damn. No one could tell I was from the South Bronx when she did that. She taught me so much. Wow. You know what? Our experiences, those are our testimonies. Our experiences is education. Our experiences are affirmations. Our experiences are not failures. Our experiences are not lessons. Our experiences are things that make us better and helps us develop a sight through a different lens. You know, and this is a thing.
That sounded like a poster at the therapist's office. That was nice.
Yeah. You know, it's like I'm just so burnt out on our community, the Black men tearing our women down. I'm so
And I'm sick of the good Black men not stopping them and busting them upside the head for that. I'm sick of the good Black men not protecting Black women. The Black woman in distress ain't signaling no response from these dusties like the Becky in distress do. I don't like that.
I'm tired of our sisters tearing each other down, doing this in front of a male, fighting over a male, willing to go on social media and let it all out over a male, willing to let a male, change your perspective and change your values and morals about life. And see, these guys, and this was the point that I was trying to make. Some of these guys are traumatized because of the behavior their mother exposed them to as children. When they were little boys, they saw men in and out of their mother's house. So guess what? That developed a distrust for women. It, mama, mama being a player, you know what I'm saying, balancing this or balancing that one. Okay, so all women are like this. So listen, the foundation starts at home. The foundation starts at home.
Exactly.
Go ahead and sound off, my brother.
Because that was my thing. It was the same thing though, but the same thing happens in two-parent households. It needs to be nurtured there too, because you could be raised in two-parent. Look at the others, for example. They're raised in mostly two-parent household, but they're mostly the mass shooters. You know, so like you have to be able to be there. You know what I'm saying? And it's the way that we socialize little Black boys versus the way we socialize little Black girls plays into it just as much as how toxic it is, if not planting the seed for the future of the relationship dynamic you just mentioned. Because it's like they'll say the little boy can do whatever he want to do, but the little girl must be chastain and all of that, and not taught how to be. She always thinks she taught to do a serve and pick a man and to be picked and to get a husband and all. That's all she's taught, but he's not even taught to marry. He's taught he can do whatever he want to do. He can have sexual experiences earlier in life, and then nobody's wondering whose are these daughters that your young sons is able to pimp out and you're living pimp-cariously through. This is someone's daughter who's his age. You see what I'm saying? And she wasn't socialized to be able to have that free and liberating experience early in life so that she is matured. It's only when they want someone was abused early in life. They love that though, because then they're broken in and they can do whatever they want to do because they're predators.
Mm-hmm. And you call that pretty much trauma bonding and trauma praying. My thing is this. Let's talk about the whole trafficking, like how some of our sisters will sit up here and throw another sister under the bus to get thrown to the wolves as she sits back and enjoys it. And she says, oh, this is content. What are your thoughts on that?
Right. And she does it and survives it. And so she comes back and does the same thing to you, even worse. Hey, Kat. But this the thing. You're absolutely right about that. But it's really, I tiptoe around it a little bit because that's women's business.
Oh, yeah.
Y'all need to get it together just as much as we do. But I think y'all got it on the right track better than we do. Like even the issues that y'all got as women divided, y'all still got less issues than we do as men divided. And so it's like shit. And then, I'm a firm believer of men learn from men and women learn from women. All of that comparing yourself to the opposite gender is gender roles reversed, bucking backwards off the plantation. And y'all need to stop all of that and get out of the past like that. You know what I mean? Because that's discouraging. It's disgraceful to our ancestors and to our bloodline that we got in us. You know what I'm saying? It's just disrespect in every way, and we can't just keep facing that and then bringing kids into this world with this type of experience and not changing the world for the better before we bringing them in there. And then multiple things can be true at once. People can't. They always want to use that what black women got going on and what they working on because they're the ones everybody's watching because they're the ones making progress. Black women are the leaders and the prototypes in our community. So bloop, there it is. And so
that is true. And you know what? This is the thing. Women, we've got to stop talking down about our sisters to our men. We've got to start talking down, addressing our
y'all got to do it in private.
Yeah.
And don't let the men in.
Yeah. And stop handling women a certain type of way in front of these dudes because they say, well, shit, y'all don't even respect each other. But guess what? We can't say
exactly. They're predators, so they'll use your insecurities against you.
Yeah. And then men, they respect other men. Let me say that again. Men, they respect a man will respect another man before he respect a woman. Some of them, I can't speak for all, but some men will respect a man before he respects his woman. You have some men out here that'll push his woman to the side to go and hang out with his homies and play basketball and run to the park and play the PlayStation. It sounds like a whole motherfucking relationship.
Right. And none of them going to tell him to go home because he the one that got a wife. He the one we all looking up to. You know what I'm saying? He the one we all looking up to as husband goes. So, don't get in trouble out here with us single guys. Thanks for showing us how to have a good time. They'll keep him out there all night. They'll introduce him to a Becky and all of that stuff. Right, Demetrius?
Sadly, men being divided results in death via gangs. Yeah.
The wrong gangs. Sorry.
Absolutely. No. Go ahead. The wrong gangs.
The wrong gangs. A period. The apostrophe, semicolon, and decimal.
Rest his soul. Rest his soul. You know what? And shout out to those that have served our community. Shout out to those that have supported our channel. Thank you for the Cash Apps, the PayPal, the Zales. I'm always appreciative of great energy, great conversations because this makes me feel good when I'm talking about it. It feels like, okay, even if we just transfer information from each other and we learn something from each other, hey, I touched somebody today. We touched somebody today, Yusuf, and people, we want you to take this information and run with it, execute it. We're not saying put yourself in some hazardous situations. Always use your discernment. You see something wrong, call the police. Call the cops. Don't, you see it, somebody fighting, so call the cops. There's somebody fighting over here. As long as we got help coming, okay. We don't know what that is, but somebody, that ain't right. Okay. True bros before hoes. Yusuf, sound off on that. Have you heard that term before?
Yeah, bros before hoes.
That's a more.
Well, to me, it's more homofactory. To me, it's more like bussy bros. Bromances. It's like, practice sex. Sounds fruity.
Mm-hmm.
Because who would choose another man before another woman? Who would choose a man? As a man, who would choose a man over a woman other than a gay man? Think about it. And even a gay man might choose a woman. Because we know God when we see her. You think because your D gets hard, somehow you're a better man for a woman. What about her sons and her nephews and her brothers and all those other men? What about all the rest of us? We don't count either. All these gays and trans and all this in between is all black kids. You do know that, right? Oh, no, you don't, because you have no racial and genetic pride, no instinct for survival or preservation, crusty genes.
Absolutely. Timotheus said, men and women need to listen to each other's grievances with understanding. Timotheus, if you're able,
once they're whole, once they're whole, though. A broken man can't fix a broken woman and vice versa. Now, broken men might have a chance to socialize. Now, you could choose bros before hoes when it comes down to social experiences, but when it comes down to what life, the meaning of life, and why you are here, and for your dreams to come true and your purpose and your empire and your bloodline, you need a woman. And any real man will choose that. That's what they're all fighting and going to war for. Mm-hmm.
Mm-hmm. But you know what I think is some men are intimidated by some women because, you know, women, they mature, you know, faster than men. And, you know, some guys, you know, may have went to prison, you know, did a bid, and he done lost out on his so-called young years. And then he comes out and then he wants to make up for that time. What are your thoughts on that?
Well, I think that women, that's another excuse, in my opinion, another crutch, another reason why women need to focus on women and men need to focus on men, because women carry men through enough. Women carry men through enough. They take the burden, the brunt enough. They give birth to you. They take care of you with or without the father. They do their best. They wind up alone or even with the dude. Anything could happen. You know, they're the womb carriers, their whole bodies, everything changes. They sacrifice a lot and they're never appreciated for it. And then on top of that, they take all kind of abuse from y'all and do all kind of different things, just sacrifice and sacrifice and sacrifice against their better judgment. Unrequited loyalty, unreciprocated loyalty by and large from black women to black men. They carry y'all and got y'all back as a crutch enough for y'all to blossom by now. If you wanted to do something, if your interest was invested in lying in being better men, you would have already been inspired by all of these queens and the best woman out here already at your fingertip and giving birth to you. And then even after that, being there for you to return to. You're ungrateful. You're ingrates. Okay. You're just as ungrateful as our colonizers are to our ancestors and to us, the ascendants to this day. Is just how crusty y'all have been being in these past decades towards your women. And even if we can rewind it, I'm not going to crutch walk no slave. But I will say we could have whooped their ass a little bit more in slavery too, would have got out faster and it would have ended better.
Exactly. And Debbie says that's why we're at the bottom of the totem pole in this country. Listen, and that's the sad part. That's the sad, and I will keep repeating this. The black woman was the first one to touch this land. The black woman is goddess, my love. A black woman can get conceive and have all types, a variety. She's a variety. Her body is just a heaven in itself. The changes that they have to go through, the 9 months or however long your term was, they loved you. But some black men will give another black woman their ass to kiss. Kiss my ass. Call her a bitch. Call her a hoe. Well, guess what, black man? You have a sister. You have an auntie. You have a mother. You have a grandmother. And guess what? Yeah, we're going through this cycle of life. And yeah, we might be young right now, but baby, we all got to get old. Okay. We all got to get mature. And we all got to, we're all gonna need care. If we're
gonna all need black women, everybody gonna need black women. Black men need a black woman, and black woman need black woman, and black man need black men.
Yes, and shout out for that Cash App. Thank you for that Cash App, my love. We really appreciate you. I won't put you on blast, but we definitely appreciate you over here because that really helps out over here, girl. Thank you so much.
Right, you gotta support black media and play your black media taxes on all black media platforms. A little something goes such a long way because people be like, even just it's so easy to get discouraged. The system is meant to discourage you. The way things go, your own people was crabs in the barrel, and white media don't go through all of this. That's how they raise millions of dollars for your killers. Crickets.
Well, I took care of my wife 48 years when she needed me the most. The last 5 years of her life, she died of cancer. I was there at the end in 2000. Rest in peace to your late wife.
Yes. That's so
Yeah.
horrible. And congratulations to you for having such a successful and long Black love. You know, I think
Yeah.
that's so beautiful and admirable. You have so many lessons that you must be able to teach people, you know, of other eras and generations, because we have to bridge the generational gap too. Stories like that is beautiful because you got a lot of people that say, oh, we was together for 65 years, but then he cheated and beat it and skeeted and dreeted. But sometimes it's good when it's something that was just happy and they died of some natural or unnatural cause and it wasn't nobody's domestic violence.
Exactly. Welcome, the average. Hold on. Oh my God. We got to read
Black Man Show. Yes,
Average
indeed.
Black Man Show. Welcome, welcome, welcome. How are you?
Hello.
How you doing, Tulsa? What's going on, Yusuf? Good to see you over here. I see you on Nick all the time. This Timotheus.
Yes. You definitely look familiar. The name looks familiar. Hello.
Yeah, Timotheus. Yeah, we be cutting up over there with Nick at night. But no, I was listening to everything that you guys are saying. You guys are just hitting the hammer on the head every single time. There's a few things I disagree on, but that's just because of personal experience and things like
That's
that.
because you think for yourself, brother.
Right. Well,
And actually, could you share those? Because if you differ, let's share those.
It helps. Yeah.
Well, like I said, it's more outliner because like a lot of the things Yusuf you're saying is true. Like, you know, people grow up and they call women B's and H words and all of that and all of this and that. But at the same time, a lot of those men grow up in households where their mothers talk like that. We can't pretend that all women are upstanding mothers, just like we can't pretend all men are deadbeat dads and all of that. We can't condition our minds to believe these blanket statements that all men ain't ish, and you know, and that every single woman is without fault and stuff like that. No group of people are perfect, and these that's why I was saying in the comments, like these conversations need to happen, and because it's important for us to have these difficult conversations and talk to each other and express our grievances, but do it with decorum and not dismiss each other's points of view, because that's what I see happening a lot in the community, especially in this online community. So
I think it's new for us as men. We're not used to being a part of that social accountability. Black women have been through the ringer with doing that. And so, like I said, they're not against accountability. The thing is, our issue is always something like it's never not all. Like it's never all. 99% is not all of 100, you know? And so it's always the things, and it's like it takes more of the men who are not a part of that to counteract the narrative with their actions and in their bold Black families, in the way that they do in the discussions they're a part of. Usually the good dudes, they're somewhere, not like when you need them to have a discussion. If Black women need y'all to sound off or something, y'all might not be available, but you might be over there somewhere else telling them that they need to be held accountable.
Right. And let me just say this. Welcome, Auntie J. We are going to welcome Auntie J in. But before,
hi, Auntie J.
Yes,
hey, everybody.
And then while we do that, we have to pay the bills and just give you guys a simple reminder of where we are and what time it is. So boom.
And welcome. Thank you for tuning in to Goddess Tulsa After Dark. This is where you let your hair down. Get you a beverage. Prop your feet up or down. Now it's time to hit the like. Are you subscribed? Don't forget to hit that Cash App, because it's After Dark with the Goddess.
All right. After that sexy, seductive. Okay.
Right. That's, you know what that reminds me of? Remember the payphone? It reminds me of 1-800-FAT-GIRL, where it's just so easy to stick it in your credit card, that is.
976 get nasty.
976.
Well,
that's
listen,
a 976 commercial.
Listen, y'all want to get those nasty thoughts off, go ahead and hit that Cash App and put your number in.
I'm telling my age, talking about 976, right?
Yes.
But yeah, okay. So Auntie J, you had come up, and what are your thoughts? What are your opinions? And how are you feeling about what we've been talking about?
Well, I was like, it was like back and forth for me. So the gist of it is, would a man leave you pretty much, or a spouse leave you in your time of need type thing? Was that it?
Oh no, so we were actually talking about how the black man don't stand up for the black woman. But earlier on the live, I was talking about how this young lady has a disability and she was being exploited on Instagram
Okay.
by a guy that she had intercourse with. And then there was a bully. And actually, give me a second. I can pull it up. Oh,
Thank you.
pull this. Oh, no problem. Here, I'm gonna pull it up and give me 1 second.
Queen, I love your platform. This
Oh,
is
thank
another platform I love. I'm sure.
You know what? I'm working, and with the support of everybody and just my intuition and really tackling things that matter and that can help us.
Right.
I mean,
I am too. The
Yeah,
race, I want to let you know.
Yeah, we can get the mess
race-
like any day of the hour, but when we talking about like some real life issues, a lot of people dismiss it.
No, I'm not dismissing it.
Oh no, not you.
I know, girl.
Okay.
And I want to say that, girl. The race, I want to say this to you, Queen. The race is not given to the swift, but he that endures to the end.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. So it's
So,
not
yeah,
always.
I'm gonna play this video right quick just so you guys can see what's going on. So you have the dude right here, the blonde hair. He was intimate with the young lady with the disability. And the dude in the red hat, he is considered the bully. So he talks to women all types of ways, and he says that he can F anybody, and he really gets explicit. The young lady that's on the clip, she is the enabler of the live. When they were on live, they were degrading her, telling her to shake her tail, show this, show that. And then later on in the video, they said, oh no, we never told her to take off anything, or whatever the case may be. But just a backstory of what this is about.
Thank you.
You're welcome. Okay, so is our volume up?
They need to stop. Are we following each other on Twitter? I mean on Instagram?
On Instagram?
Yeah, can you make that happen? Can you just follow me? And since you got it pulled up, and I'll follow you back.
That's what I'm. Yeah.
When you get done.
I'll do that right now.
I'm not cash out getting
As
told.
soon as he figured out that he went
Whatever.
crazy.
I'm just
That
not
was his
cash.
best
No,
friend.
ain't nobody go crazy. Ain't nobody go crazy. I already knew about Barney. I just found out. I just found out he fucked Ebony today. I just found out he fucked Ebony today. I been knew
And
he
you
fucked
sour
Marnique.
about you don't even care.
I ain't sour about nothing. You ain't heard me hating on none of this shit. Marnique sour. That's why she came up here cussing and fussing. That's why she came up here cussing and fucking.
You the perfect side
and
nigga.
fussing.
No
She
teeth,
should have popped.
no class,
She should
no
have
pause.
popped some ass and pussy while she was up here, like Ebony did. That's what she should have did.
perfect side
Instead of
nigga.
running her goddamn mouth.
Show your face.
Yeah, show your ass.
Why?
Show your ass and I
your
show my
face.
face.
Exactly.
Show your
Your
ass
friend is
and I
laughing
show,
at you. How
you get butt naked like Ebony did, and I show my face.
You, bro.
Yeah, I'm laughing at you.
Look at his face on you. You don't got no
Yeah,
face
I'm
on you.
laughing at
You're
you.
nappy and naughty and shit. Come on, take some
Girl,
time.
please. I'm one of the flyest niggas that you know. I'm one of the flyest niggas you know.
You're out here looking crazy as shit. Come on, man.
Morris ain't taking Nair one of my girls, because Nair one of evil. One Ebony or Marnique was Ebony or Marnique was.
Listen,
he was one of my chicks.
And keep up, nigga. Take that energy pill right now. You ready? You sure? I have you in here dancing like a fucking monkey. You sure?
Girl,
are you ready?
That's what you look like. That's what you look like, a Chinese monkey. That's what you look like, a Chinese monkey in the back of the Chinese store. No, you are. That's what you are.
Move on, go
That's what you are. A Chinese New York monkey.
Boys out here doing too much.
Girl, please. Girl,
look,
please.
He's chilling while you stressed
Girl,
out.
Please. I'm chilling. I'm chilling.
You out here gumming it down.
You ain't got no fries. You ain't got no fries to cook.
This nigga showing his ankles. This is your friend, though. It's your friend.
What are you talking about? What are you talking about?
What a dirty.
What the hell are you talking about?
You're dirty. You can't wait to
No,
have
you're
the
dirty.
scraps. He chilling, relaxing with the
What
blonde hair,
scraps?
and you
What
sitting
scraps?
over there with a nappy fucking beard. and
I'm
no teeth.
chilling.
Come on, man.
I'm chilling. And you over there with
Trying to
burnt
compare
wings and
yourself to him
fries.
and stuff. That's crazy.
And no mumble sauce.
That's
What are you talking about?
crazy. You sitting
Girl,
in here
please.
kikiing with everybody. Ain't nobody fly.
Hey,
I can't hear
hey.
the flame. Fucking behind
Oh,
the
my
flame.
God.
You dumb.
My girl, please. Girl,
He's
please.
so confident
How
in
many
his shit,
niggas?
he's showing his
How many
ankles.
niggas?
You
Been,
can't even
how
do
many
that.
women have you fucked behind?
You cannot
How many
even do
niggas?
that, bro.
How many women have you fucked behind? How many
You
women
don't
have
got
you
enough
fucked
teeth. You're
behind?
not qualified to ask me nothing.
How
Don't ask me
many
nothing.
women have you fucked behind?
Crazy. Hey, don't slow nothing down. I heard everything
How
you said.
many
I'm not
women have
answering
you
you.
fucked behind?
How many
You
teeth
you got a lame
left
ass
in the top row?
boyfriend. You got
How
a
many
lame
teeth do you
boyfriend
have
that right
left in the
now.
top row, sir?
Huh?
You can't be serious. And the
You
bad part
cannot.
is, you're not
You
even talking
cannot.
about eating no pum pum. That's what you should do best. You don't got no teeth, bro.
Girl,
You out here
please.
talking about you about to. You can't be. How
Girl,
you could be
please.
and you don't got no teeth.
How much dick
brother?
are you sucking in the Chinese store? Thank you. Oh, dumbass. You like Chinese. Yeah, man, yeah, get her ass up out of here. Oh, dumbass.
Shit.
Damn, dog.
These women, these IG hoes is
You
ridiculous.
took a break? You
These
better get
IG
some water.
hoes
Now, who coughing?
is goddamn
Wait, who was
ridiculous out
coughing
here.
just now?
It wasn't me.
Oh, make sure. Go
It
get
wasn't
some water.
me.
Get some water because you got to work today. I'm
Yeah,
out here now. You got to work. You have to work. Them gums
Who
is
gotta work?
mine for the next 4
You about
hours.
to go to Walmart and do some
Those gums are mine. Yo, get Ebony in here. Where Ebony
Yeah.
at? Those gums
No,
are
she
mine
just
and
texted me.
Ebony's for the next 4
Ebony
hours.
just texted
So
me
where
talking
you
about
gotta
she going to Walmart.
Now you got to work.
See?
You done had a lot of people in the
See?
bag. Nah,
Ebony,
get up in here.
she
and
said,
you
I'm
gotta
about.
Okay, so just listening to that, what are you guys' thoughts and opinions? And before I say that, there is going to be a part in here where he says something very disturbing, like he would lay down with somebody, but I would just let that part come up. But what are you guys' thoughts and opinions so far?
These are the types of black men that black women be talking about when they're complaining. These are the types of black men that black gays be supporting black women when they talking about. And these are the types of black men that black men should be against being their evil twin. These are the types of black men that black men should be in the comment section telling, and you can't see nobody in there telling him to watch what he say, watch how he talk to her. This ain't funny. This ain't cute. No other men talk to their woman like that. Talk to her, respect. She's a lady. We're not getting none of that energy. Okay. And you can scroll down their timelines, and I bet you won't get none of that energy of them uplifting the black woman either, nor will they be on their timelines and seeing their past history of speaking out against issues or highlighting important things in topics. it's always going to be belittling or complaining about the black woman or bashing one another, being ready to fight and be degenerate. And then it's going to be somebody coming in saying, oh, not all black men. It's going to be a man coming in saying not all black men. It's going to be a woman coming in saying not all black men. It's going to be a gay coming in saying not all black men. And at the end of the day, we ain't talking about all black men. We talking about these types right here that we're showing you dead in your face. And white people do the same thing to us when we show them a verified racist.
Yeah,
those type of men, that this particular type of dude is what I call the internet fraud.
And the issue, like, we're not talking about y'all and good people and people, you
when
know.
I say the internet fraud, I mean, like, he don't behave this way in real life at all. He does this. This is his internet persona, and a lot of the men that act like him on the internet are exactly just creating an online persona, and I don't understand why this is so popular. It's almost like a gang within itself, because as men, we typically are tribal, just being people of melanin, we tribal people anyway, and we want to be socially accepted to appear a certain way. And his behavior in his mind and to other men that are like him is displaying strengths, and it absolutely is not strength at all.
Exactly.
I see weakness.
Because it's a deficit. It's a deficit.
I see a weak man, and I don't mean like he weak like in the cliche "who hurt you" weak. I mean like he looks like he's well in his 30s, and even at that age, it's clear that he doesn't know himself. Because if he knew himself, he would be able to express himself a lot better than that. That was just because at first I thought they was just like, trying to roast each other, but then it just got worse and worse and worse. Also, because at first I just thought they was roasting each other, because she was like, "Look at you and your nappy beard," and he was like, "Well, you this and you that," and she hit him back with something else. So I thought they was going back and forth, but it just.
This is what black women be talking about, though, fam. This the ones like when they talk about, and like this is the same type of black man that will cower to a Karen in his face or a Brad in his face. He will cower to them on a link. He will cower to them, but to a black woman, he got all of this bark and all of this bite. And so it's a place of accountability. If everybody claimed to love black men so much, y'all will be wanting us to be better. You know what I'm saying? And letting us be held accountable, because this is not okay. And this makes us all look bad. It makes it harder on the next good black man, because black women gonna look at you like this. You know how many times I went to a grocery store and saw a pregnant black woman. She was pregnant, big as a house, and she was struggling with her groceries, and I was parked right next to her. And I said, "Oh, I'll help you." And she just did not want me to help her, even though she needed help. Because why? Because she can't trust black men, because every time she turned around, it's this and this and that. And she might have been through abuse in her life or witnessed abuse in her life. And everybody's always undermining her experience and saying, "Oh, no, that's not what it was. It was this. It's not that what it was. It was that." And the same way everybody can't say not all when it's this, you can't say not all when it's one person giving you their experience either. And you can't
that's what I was talking about earlier.
Experience to say for the all either. So everybody's just not hearing each other and not giving each other the same social graces they're demanding.
That's exactly what I said earlier. We need to listen to each other's grievances and not dismiss them. That's exactly what I'm talking about. Exactly. I agree all the way.
So listen, we're going to hear more. And he is 47.
Now you got to go to work. You scared to show your face. Rico out here, everybody showing the
body wash and buy some
I'm not okay
clean underwear, since I don't have a washing machine.
Damn comment, so illiterate.
Hey. She wants you to cash app her.
The nigga never
she wants you to cash app her.
And y'all letting him rule over everything. Oh no,
I'm not Morris. She wants you to cash app her.
That's crazy.
Emily wants you to cash app her.
The nigga even got offered some new pussy. We ain't gonna say no names, so he ain't go over your head.
Man, cash app her, man.
Get half of the shit.
Cash app her.
He got offered new pussy right in front of your face, and you
I get new pussy whenever. I get new pussy whenever.
Get up.
No, I get pussy whenever.
You're lying.
No, you're lying.
Yeah, when's the last time you had puss?
Last night. Ain't gonna have some more tonight. Ain't gonna have some more tonight. Last night.
Your friend is laughing at you. When's the last? Because he don't believe you. There you go.
Again, I don't care who believes
No,
it.
It's okay,
in all
Maurice.
honesty,
Maurice, you trying to hold back laughter.
Your delivery, boss lady, is your delivery of the word "puss" is fucking hilarious. I love it. Say it one more time for me.
He trying to clean it up. He not laughing.
This black Chinese woman. This black Chinese woman. No, this black Chinese woman.
Like
if you don't get a
listen, I've been told that by a woman that the way I say the words pussy juice turns her on.
Crazy.
So like the way
That is crazy. He got Wolford another number 18, and you sitting here still struggling with the half. That's crazy.
struggling with what?
Matter of fact, I got one better. Morris, how old are you? If you don't mind.
I'm 42.
Respect your elders, you old dusty ass. How old are you?
Chinese
Kurt,
woman.
how old are you,
Chinese
Kurt?
woman.
Kurt, how old are
Chinese
you?
woman.
How
How
old
old are you? I'm older than him.
He don't want to talk about it now. He has
I'm
so
older
much
than him. I'm
to
47.
say.
I'm
He
47. What?
You 47.
And
You
I'm
old
47.
fucking
And what?
vagabond. You
I'm
an old
47.
vagabond
And
out
what?
here.
It don't look like it. It don't look like it.
You
It don't
47
look like
years
it.
old
I
living
don't
underneath
look
a
like
bridge. And you look
No.
crazy, nigga.
You look crazy.
Your teeth sounds 87. Get up
You
out of
look
here.
you look daggone crazy.
Hey, hold on. Let me stop.
A fat
you. Hold on,
Chinese
hold on,
black
hold on, hold on.
woman.
Hey, Kirk.
Where they make them at?
Kirk, let me address this comment right quick, and I'm gonna leave it alone. Hey, Coonies, you wanna know what I'm doing in the bedroom? I bet your wife wants to find out.
Nah, Coonies,
Exactly.
not for nothing,
Exactly.
Coonies. Not for nothing, Coonies. Morris is
with that
dropping
mug
hip.
shot.
Hold on, let's talk
With
about
that
that.
motherfucking mug shot.
Morris, Kurt, shut up, I'm
She
talking.
need to put that wig back
dick.
on.
Shut up, I'm
She need to put that goddamn wig back on.
Morris is dropping dick and hips in the bedroom. Be clear of that, okay? He got bitches
Hey, look,
in their mind.
I'm knocking them down.
And you know what? I'm gonna be
knocking
honest with
them
you,
down.
Morris. I heard how you talk
I'm knocking them down.
back, and I'm like, nah, I don't like
Say
how
what
you
now?
giving it up.
Say that again.
I heard how you was talking a couple of months back, like, nah, X, Y, and Z on my dick. I'm like, nah, this nigga's wallet. And now to come in this live and hear this, I'm like, oh no.
Hear what? Hear what? What are you
I'm
in?
like, oh no. He
What
got
are you
these
in?
IG
This
girls, he
is
got these
old
IG
news.
girls going crazy. And Kurt
This
is
is
sitting in
old
the
news.
fucking win. Kurt, get your dumb ass
This
out
is
of here.
old news. Like I tell y'all, I'm not tripping off of
ass
man chick off of IG. I'm not tripping off of not one. Not one. I'm not tripping off the black Chinese woman talking right now. Not one.
That's crazy.
And
Morris
nobody
out here
definitely wants
macking,
your
doing
ass.
his thing. And
Nobody definitely wants your
stop
ass.
dick riding him.
Ain't no dick
Why
riding.
you dick riding Morris?
Dick right, y'all out here got community pussy
Why you
and
dick
sharing it with
riding?
whoever.
Why you dick
Y'all
riding
got community
Morris?
pussy. Like I got community dick.
Let me also
Y'all
Why
got
you dick
community
riding
pussy.
Morris?
Let me also say this, because I heard that there's a narrative out here about certain comedians, female comedians, trying to portray me as some type of, aggressive nigga. Like I wanted her ass, and all this other shit.
Who you talking about?
That pterodactyl face ass bitch.
Oh, you talking about Breeze?
Yeah.
How you know all the business just like a fucking fat queen?
I know what you're talking about.
You are
But Breeze got a bomb ass body
There
though.
we
I know what
go.
you're
You
talking
be
about.
all in the gossip.
I know what you're talking about. I know what you're talking about. You talking about Breeze? I was on the live
Stop
with
talking,
him
let him
the other
talk.
day.
She been really
Girl,
online
shut
trying
up.
to. She been really online trying to push this narrative, like I was the bad guy or whatever. And when I said what I said, really, she only did this because I told her. And she came at me. She tried to come at me, and it was like we flirted. I guess she flirted with me. I accepted a little bit, being a nice guy. But upon meeting her, of being certain, I was not interested. And because I said, because I didn't.
Wait, so you pulled up on her? Is that what you saying? You pulled up on her?
She pulled up on me. She pulled up on me. She
So, Kurt, who you pulling up on?
Hold on.
Hold up. Where did she pull up on you at IG, right?
She pulled up on me with
On
another
IG, right?
comedian in the car.
So let him talk.
We all know. And when she came at me, I wasn't interested, and because I denied her, she even went so far as to goddamn fake leave a camera at my house, so she had to come back the next day. I didn't even let her in my house the next day. I came to my door and walked outside and handed her a camera and said, "Good day," like as it was. I didn't want her. And because I didn't want her,
lives in North Carolina too.
Hold on, let me ask you a question, though, Morris.
Hold up. So she lives in North Carolina too.
She went on this narrative of me being a bad guy and me wanting her. This, and the other. She talked about my child, all that shit. Like for real. Like I was just putting that out.
Y'all women are tripping. Y'all women are tripping. Y'all starting nothing but trouble.
Goddamn, if you look at what's going on right now, this is what y'all hearing right now. This shit happened 9 months ago. So you listen about what's happening right now. Obviously, I get pussy. So therefore, listen. I don't need nobody. Like,
hold on, Kurt. Where's your story? Kurt, where's your similar story?
What story? What story?
No,
hold on. Stop right there. Stop right there. Stop right there. I don't need IG. Hold on. I don't need IG.
No IG pum pum for you.
Listen, I don't. I got
no
it.
IG.
Hold on. Nope. Stop right there. Stop right there. I done fucked chicks off for IG. I done fucked chicks off for IG, right? Y'all just don't know about it, right? Now back to you, Morris. Now back to you, Morris. So does Breeze live in North Carolina too?
You got pum pum.
I don't know. I think she was at one point, but to be real,
he dropping it off, Zai. He giving a Scorpio vibes. He's pulling the Scorpio.
I wasn't dropping off nothing. I'm a Taurus for one.
So he's a bull. Oh, excuse me. My thing is her.
Yeah, we got community dick. Like y'all got community pussy out here.
Off at all. I wasn't interested. So I was not dropping it off.
We got community dick. Y'all got community pussy.
IG pum pum.
Hey, on the low, she really a vagabond. So like, I don't know where she lived.
Oh,
she said she lived in NC at one point. Then I heard she lived in Texas, in Florida.
She's a nomad. That's a nomad.
I thought she lived in Florida.
Just like Kurt. He don't live nowhere.
I live in Maryland. I tell y'all where I live at. I live in Largo, Maryland. I live in Maryland. That's where I live.
This is what I'm saying. At the end of the day, Kurt, you don't got no business riding a grown man's coattail.
Ain't nobody riding nothing.
And
I'm riding pussy. I'm riding pussy. I'm riding pussy.
You don't.
I'm riding pussy.
You don't even got pum pum stories to share.
Girl, show your badass body.
Don't. That's
your terrible ass body.
That's crazy.
You pushing 300 pounds right now. You know, it looks like you need to go to Planet Fitness. It looks like you need to stay in Planet Fitness for about 2 months straight. And don't come out.
Send a picture of your body. That's all you got to do. You don't gotta act like this.
Send it.
No,
Let me see.
Right after you
send it. Let me see.
Right.
Okay, sorry about that. So just a quick before you take off, Yusuf, because I know you have to wrap up, but just your closing opinions about how this guy is acting. And this is the same, these guys that are on the screen, they were taking advantage of the lady with the disability. The light-skinned guy actually screwed her.
Well, I think anybody attracted to him and people like him is broken too. You know, ain't much he gonna have to offer you, but mental and physical and emotional abuse, spiritual wear and tear, draining your energy, possibly corrupting your womb. I don't really know what would be attractive about what you just heard. What would be inspiring to love about what you just heard? I don't know what would be attractive about that. He just sounds like the average Dusty and Crusty. And like I said, you're better than most. I couldn't even sit around and observe that. Just even to psychoanalyze it. I already know that mindset. That's the dust right there that everybody's protecting. That's your Kangs right there, sheltering and pirating in our community. That's our evil twins right there, the Dusty, the Crud Nutter. What else did you expect? I couldn't started getting a headache just listening to it. Now it wasn't leaving because of that, because I already kind of spent a little longer on, but that's because I like it here, you know, and it's a good discussion and everything. But you know, trash, you know, just trash, you know.
Right.
You know, typical trash, and it is what it is.
Well, thank you for your feedback, and thank you for definitely giving us your time. You guys, let the people know where they can find you at while you're still here.
Just Just find the Ratchet. There you go, right there. You see that? Yusuf Ratchet Today. Yusuf from Ratchet Today. That's the name of my channel. But all you gotta do is just find the Ratchet Today show, hashtag it or something. You'll find me everywhere at Ratchet Today. That's it. And I'm not the Ratchet one.
All
Shit.
right.
All right. Thank you.
Thank you so much for coming
Good to
by.
talk to you, Average Black Man. Good to talk to you. That was a great conversation and addition, and I really do appreciate it. And I know that a lot of the things that you were saying or probably was about to say in the beginning, because I appreciate you changing the direction and getting on topic, because like you understood the assignment for sure, because we know what you're talking about and what grievance that you might have as an individual male too. You know what I'm saying? And so, and what you might see and what you observe. So all of that is important, but it's always important to in the safe place for everybody, definitely a safe place for Black women. You know what I mean?
Yes. I appreciate you too, man. Have a good one.
All right. Good to see y'all. I'll see y'all again soon.
All right. Thank you.
Peace.
All right. So the Average Black Man show. I wanted to play this a little bit more because
Are you gonna play more? I'm with Yusuf. Like I'm already cringing.
Okay, well, listen, no. Listen, thank you guys for even offering your time and coming by for the amount of time that you did come by. But before you take off, let the people know where they can find you.
You can find me at IG at Mr. Definitely. My page on YouTube is The Average Black Man Show. You just type it on in and type The Average Black Man Show channel, and I'm right there. And that's pretty much it. And you can find me on Facebook, The Average Black Man Show group, and come and join the conversation.
And you are on YouTube as well, correct?
Yes, The Average Black Man Show on YouTube.
All right, so make sure we are going over, subscribing, and supporting everybody that showed up on the panel tonight. Thank you so much, The Average Black Man Show, for coming by and donating your time.
Oh, no problem.
Come back anytime.
All right. Well, if you got to, I wasn't gonna go, but if you're gonna end it, that's cool.
Oh no, I'm not. But I did want to. Okay, I don't want to listen to like the whole part.
Yeah, go ahead. Go ahead. Do what you're gonna do.
Okay.
Your face shot. Let me see it in a bikini or butt ass naked.
Your facial shot.
Send
No
it.
problem.
Let me see it butt ass
Right
naked.
after you show your face, I'll send it.
Let me see it butt ass naked. That's how I want to see it. Legs spread wide. House look like in yours.
Let me see.
Go look at it.
I'm willing to
Go
do
look
that.
at it. Go look at
I'm willing
it.
to.
You ain't show.
You don't gotta show your face on the outside.
Near piece of pussy or ass.
Let me see it.
That's what I want to see. This is what I come on here to see. Ass and pussy. And talk shit to y'all.
Let them know, guys.
Exactly.
Let them know for fucking
Well,
how you
well,
dirty. Nigga
well,
Googled
y'all are
the house
fucking
and
ridiculous.
posted it. Exactly. The people want to
My
know
house
where the house
is posted it. You said what? I just told you 1,000
Yo,
times.
get Tosa up here. Get Tosa up here. We got space. We got space.
Man, get this clown
It's
up here.
giving a lie. It's giving lies though. You're lying.
Yo,
salute
to you. Oh, my
Kevin.
goodness.
Big up yourself, Kev.
Oh my goodness. Man, go find what's your name? No, go find what's her name? What's the girl's name? What's the girl's name?
Nobody knows.
Yo, son, what is her name? That you do a podcast with.
Yo, that Puerto Rican nigga looking for you, dog.
Yeah.
Who's looking for? Oh, the nigga who's
Ain't nobody looking
pictures
for
he
me.
stole.
Ain't nobody. Ain't still nobody's picture.
Oh, nah. Now he want to smirk and laugh.
Ain't nobody still nobody's picture.
Me for? What you want to talk to me about, nigga? You ain't finna. What the fuck? You think I'm finna stop fucking with Kurt because of you?
He was a stripper for y'all and get y'all Jim. You remember?
Oh, I hope you ain't like leave because you feel like I'm that motherfucker Jones on your ass.
Man, what? Let them do what? What they talk about is irrelevant, and they look like daggone fools. I'm making them look like fools for real.
Dog, they killing your ass, dog.
They're not they. Because all before this stuff happened, I already known
Ebony I met Ebony through Marnique. That's how I know Ebony. So this is how I've been knowing Ebony for months now.
So y'all
And
all
I
trying
met
to fuck
her.
the same woman. Y'all all trying to fuck.
No, listen. I've been before even Morris fucked her. I was trying. I been had her number.
You was trying to fuck.
And
Before Morris
yeah,
fucked, you was trying to
exactly.
fuck.
Yes.
Y'all
But
nasty as fuck.
we lost contact, right? We were still friends with each other, but I lost her number because I lost my phone. And when I got a new phone, her number didn't show up in my contacts, right? But we were still friends on IG. And just recently I asked for her number again, right? So with all that being said, I just found out today that she has been hooking up with Morris and fucking them, just like the rest of y'all.
That's their business.
Right, but they put it out there.
Okay.
They put it out there. I didn't ask, right? She put it out there, right? So with that being said, with her situation, they live in the same state. So why wouldn't he help her?
Look, she's loyal.
Give her a few dollars or whatever that she needs.
He ain't got
He didn't say- You said what?
Why
You said what?
just can't help her?
Hold up. Anybody can help her, but I'm saying,
But
wouldn't
I
he
asked
help
why
her?
y'all niggas can't
Listen, can I finish?
You're not obligated to help no female.
You're not obligated to help anyone, but if you already then been with this woman and slept with this woman, wouldn't you, knowing her situation, help the woman out?
You don't have, even if you fucking, you're not obligated.
These go back upstairs.
You're not obligated, but what I'm saying, by you sleeping with her, wouldn't you have some compassion?
That doesn't mean a goddamn thing because
it doesn't mean
you're supposed to sleep with a woman or a man. It's like you're supposed to sleep with one or a man that's on the same level as you. So
it doesn't matter what level they on, but what I'm saying is she's having a rough time right now, right? I'm not.
Is she really having a rough time? Or
Yes, she is. No, she's not running game. You listening to Nola with her bullshit, right? No, she's having a rough time.
As a woman, dog, let me finish talking, dog. First
Yeah,
of all,
because my girls out here do this same shit. They run game on.
Okay, I'm telling you. Okay, I'm telling you.
Right now, right?
We'll bring her up here and let her tell her story. If you don't believe it,
talking, nigga.
go.
Ain't nobody want to hear those sad ass story right now.
Nigga, right now.
But y'all want to know her story though. Y'all want to know her story.
Ain't nobody trying to hear those.
Nobody should be fucking. When I'm
it ain't that easy to get a daggone job.
Yeah.
It ain't no easy. It's not that easy to get a daggone job. Ain't nobody gonna hire you just like that.
It's easy right now.
Do y'all know how high they making a hotel stay for monthly rates? When usually for a week alone.
Again, listen.
Like $600, $700. When the shit
Okay, listen, but her peoples, listen, you don't know the story. Her peoples gave her money and put her in a daggone hotel.
I allowed you to talk though, dog. As
you don't know the story though.
We're natural hustlers. We should fucking know. If you can get a bitch to spend all that money on a month on hotel stay, you should be able to get you an apartment.
No, I'm gone.
Why can't you maintain?
She doesn't have the income like that.
You over here throwing pussy, having a show on Instagram and ain't getting paid for it. You think I'm gonna be throwing it pussy out there like that?
There's plenty of, like I tell you, it's plenty of chicks on IG that's showing their pussy, popping pussy every day. And don't have the cash out at the bottom.
But that's
the
the
daggone
thing.
screen.
She down on her luck. That's a hustle right there. That's a hustle right there. She can have her own.
And y'all should have cash after
OnlyFans, and she can get
y'all
paid
should
like
have cash after when she was popping pussy for y'all.
Cash app. Fuck a cash app on Instagram. Why is she not on all the sex sites?
Yeah,
fuck that. If you down on your love, you done lost your cure. All you got is time. You ain't working. You ain't doing shit.
Nola, will you send her some money then? Nola, will you send her some money? You sat there and washed her ass just like I did, right? You send her some money.
You be quiet, Neo.
Man, she need to get on that footwork, man.
Yo.
Straight up.
All I know a lot. Hey, everybody.
She need to come to Texas. She can come to Texas to get on that footwork.
But ain't nobody sitting here cash apping no motherfucking body. Yo, y'all was dead ass like in all. Like y'all ain't never seen Pool 90 before. I ain't never seen shit like that with no grown ass thing.
We gonna watch anybody that's gonna show their ass. We gonna sit there and watch it.
Acting like little child.
Ain't nobody acting like nothing. We gonna sit there and watch it. If you pop some pussy right now, we gonna sit there and watch it.
You were in.
We gonna sit there and watch it. I'm not gonna tell you to turn your camera off and stop doing it. You're a grown ass woman. I'm gonna sit there and watch your fat ass.
But y'all,
I'm gonna sit there and watch it.
You was in all, bitch.
I'm gonna sit there and watch it. If you want to pop some pussy or any other chick that want to pop some pussy, I don't care if you got kids, I don't care if you're married. I'm gonna sit there and watch your fat ass shake that pussy.
That's cool. Why you got who like? Well, why they gotta be fat and all that?
No, I'm not talking about overweight. I'm just saying your ass.
Oh, okay.
That ass was fat.
Yes. She got a big old country ass.
Yeah,
and some
and she on
country
here
ass
showing it.
titty.
She ain't got a pot to piss in or a window to throw it out.
Yeah.
I ain't trying to have fun, but baby, be small.
She needs some direction. Somebody needs to give her some direction. Instead of busting her down, they need to give her the direction.
Yo, you know what's so fucked up? Because somebody was saying this on the live. When you know, and y'all, listen, this girl, she used to always be on our lives. And this is what I was saying to her. I'm like, you barely even heard you curse. Like, you barely like to show anything like cleavage. So for you to do the total opposite and do everything that you were doing, and for men who you've always been surrounded by, who you always spoke life into, she respected everybody. Y'all, Ebony never cursed anybody out. She would pray for you. She would, I'm telling you, everybody who ever got on the live, she said nothing but positive things. She was so well mannered. Let me finish.
Exactly.
So well mannered and well spoken. So what what makes me so
lost right now.
hurts my heart is the fact that this woman has been there for everybody else, not knowing what everybody was going through, but she was going through hell. But she always spoke life into everybody else. But y'all fucking failed her. Anybody who was close to her or close enough to be on those lives with her and everything else, y'all failed her. That woman needed protection. And these people down there,
Monique.
fuck up.
No. You gonna stop telling me shit.
Let me finish.
Monique.
Let me finish.
Let her finish,
Hey, no, for real. Like, seriously, let me finish. The fact, yo, it hurt my ass. God could strike me down. My heart was so heavy on her to have to see her like that. For like 2 years, I've never seen this woman like this. And I'm telling you, I've seen her sip. You know, like she's had her little mixed drinks or whatever else. Y'all, God can strike me down. She's been on lives for hours, daily, all the time, right? She never switched up. So I know this was not her. I've spoken to her several times in private. This is not her.
Okay, Marnie, with all that being said,
Marnie, take for you to even have to know her, to know that you can feel it and hear it and see a demon in her.
Marnie, now,
shut the fuck up, Kurt.
No, you gonna stop.
Your guilty conscience, bro. Bro,
I heard all of that.
Shut up. That's
Marnie,
not Ebony. Everybody knows that.
Marnie, with all that being said, okay, with all that being said, Ebony, Marnie, with all that being said, right? Like I said, Nola asked me, where do I know Ebony from? And I listen, hold up, be quiet, Marnie, because I sat there and said, because Nola asked me, how do I know Ebony? I said I know Ebony from Marnique's live, and that's where I met Ebony at, right? And Ebony, just like you, always been cool with me. Yeah, we done had our arguments, but we still been cool, right? So, like I said, I never seen that part of Ebony until today. I witnessed this all today, just like y'all. We didn't ask her to show her titties or get ass naked.
But y'all
we didn't ask that.
I know that's
why can't we stop it? She's a grown ass woman. That's just like if you get on live right now and shake ass and titties, we cannot stop it.
Now, listen, some people do this for the clout. Some people do this for the clout. She wasn't doing it for the clout. She's fucked up. She wasn't doing it for clout.
Look. Let's be
Again,
if she
we
did it on
know
live,
this.
then she been
Yes.
You're right. Oh my
already been
God.
doing it. She been already been doing
Marnique,
it. She been already doing it.
Marnique, this is the first time I ever seen her do this on live. Point blank, period.
Bro, what you said, that's not like her.
Okay. Again, you gotta understand her situation, Marnie. Be quiet, Marnie. You're talking too much. You're not listening. You're not listening. You don't understand her situation. The lady is homeless.
Correct. She's
okay.
She already been doing that shit, man.
Worse than that.
She ain't just start doing that shit on IG. She been doing that shit.
No.
Yeah, she been doing that shit. She been not on IG, but she been clapping ass and doing all that shit.
I don't know. I don't know because I never seen her in person.
You just don't.
Like I said, hold on. No, I don't know. Morris fucked her and Marnique, so I don't know.
Fucked her. What?
No, I said Morris fucked you and her.
Why you keep bringing me up? What does that
So
have to
all
do
I'm
with
saying,
it?
all I'm saying is, all I'm saying is, listen. All I'm saying is.
Okay, so pretty much what that video was about was the guys, there were two guys on there, Ben Ready, and then there is Morris. They are taking advantage of this disabled this young lady with a disability. She does take meds and she's known for just being positive and praying for people. But now her persona around the Instagram is so different since she hooked up with Morris. And Morris stated that he popped a Percocet that night and they stayed up all night, being intimate. But I do know this, a Percocet is not going to keep you up all night and keep you going. That sounds to me like there were extracurricular drug activities going on.
Power.
Exactly. The Average Black Man Show. What are your thoughts? What are your feelings about that?
Man, I'm just so disgusted listening to this. I'm almost like at a loss for words. Like this is horrible. Like it's like what it sounds like to me is that the woman had a disability and they used that to their advantage to be able to have intercourse with her. And now I don't know how it became public, but now that it's public, they feel some type of way because now it's like, oh, because I can see that this is just hypothetical. Just this is just me looking at it from a standpoint of view.
Yeah. From a
this is just right. I can see that it became public, and then their friends was like, "You mess with the handicap girl," and he getting roasted and clowning, and so now he has to hold himself up, and the only way to hold yourself up is to kick somebody else down in this situation, and it's disgusting. And I don't know how they grew up. I don't know his relationship with his mother or his sisters or anything like that. But it's just you know what I mean. It's just hard for me to even communicate what I'm trying to say because I'm so bothered by this.
Yeah, well, I know for a fact Morris said that he has a kid, but my thing is, what examples are you setting for your kids? And my thing is, like, are we really, like, has it really got so low and just no women out here that you have to go out and pray on somebody that is homeless and that is really lost, trying to put it back together. I mean, to lose your place, you didn't lost it. You know what I'm saying? So you lost it all trying to pull yourself back together, and you have guys coming in praying and using you and screwing you and stealing from
that's
you.
the thing. That's the thing, though. The fact that was an option for him is a telltale sign of where he is at in life. Because if he had all of these other options and he was such a right, then he wouldn't have wouldn't even be having this show right now about reacting to this, because it wouldn't have happened. So this just goes to show you that he isn't a quality person himself. I don't want to say man no more. I don't even want to call him that no more. He's a person from this moment forward. Just a person, just a human being.
Yeah, and coming from this person, I mean, and the other guy, just I mean, just carelessly degrading, calling women bitches and hoes, and it's
as a man, and you know, just as a man, I understand saying that word sometimes, because a lot of time women refer to men as niggas too, which is also a degrading word, but they mean it in a hurtful context.
Yeah. And see, I feel like in our community, when we are tearing each other down, I feel like other races are saying, damn, you know, they just going to kill themselves. They're going to unalive themselves. We don't got to do nothing. Like, they're going to do it to themselves. What are your thoughts when that statement comes up?
Well, that ties into like Willie Lynch, the perpetual mind state of keeping yourself stagnant. Willie Lynch said, once we break these people's minds, they'll perpetuate this teaching in themselves. We won't even have to do it no more. And and you see it, right? This is a prime example of that. This is mutual disrespect towards each other, to yourself as well, and being proud of it at that. To take pride in just atrocious behaviors.
Yeah, I feel like it's really obnoxious, and it's such a disservice to our community as a whole. Like, we've had the other race, like we've had so much taken from us, and it's like, when are we gonna wake up and know that it's time to get help? It's time to go see a therapist. It's time to go see somebody, because I'm not feeling I don't feel like things are right in my life.
Yeah.
I feel like everybody needs like a therapist. Everybody needs to go get an evaluation and see where you at. I mean, with the whole demic going on, for those 2 years being locked up in the house, and people having to be around people that they don't normally be around. I think it took everybody for a blow, and it was like, what do I do? They just lost their mind and went to social media and just they found a hobby, and now they feel like it's their reality.
Yeah. Well, social media has become the reality of people now, because it's real easy to be brave behind a keyboard, behind the camera, when you're not dealing with a person in person.
Absolutely.
It's really easy to puff your chest out when you're under the safety of the internet. At the same time, if somebody say something you don't like, you can just block them and not deal with it. You know what I mean? It's kind of cowardice. Yeah.
Well, this topic is so important to me, and it's so important to really get passionate, really get into the conversation, is because I have PTSD, and that's a disability. So I don't give a damn if you have PTSD, bipolar, or anything. A disability is a disability. And I just wish that I wish she had the set of tools to shake it quicker than what she can. But I'm sorry, you were saying something.
No, go ahead.
Oh, I finished my point. It's just despicable. Like this.
That PowerPoint that you pulled up, scroll down to page 17, and it outlines how a part of the social engineering was to pit men against men. Well, up is it up one? Yeah, there we go. To pit men against men, black woman against the black man, male against female.
Okay, it says, don't forget, you must pitch the old black male versus the young black male. Let's see. The young black male. And the young black male against the old black male. You must use the dark-skinned slaves versus the light-skinned slaves, and the light-skinned slaves versus the dark-skinned slaves. You must use the female versus the male, and the male versus the female. You must also have your white servants and overseers distrust all blacks, but it is necessary your slaves trust and depend on us. They must love, respect, and trust only us.
Right. And that's like what Yusef was saying. When Yusef was saying, you know, a Karen get in their face or a can get in their face, they bow down. But when it's a black man in their face or a black woman in their face, it's just utter disrespect. You know, they pull out guns and shoot each other. There's a brother named Charleston White that gave an interview that was saying this. He think it's funny how all of these brothers out here talking about they so tough and they the shot caller, big dope dealer and all that. Like, I got money. I can put money on your head and put a hit out on you. He's like, well, why ain't nobody put money on George Zimmerman head? Why he walking around? Wow. You know, he's just calling out the BS where it is.
Wow.
It just goes to show you that this mental programming is real.
Absolutely. How about this? Because I want to get into the Willie Lynch Untold story. How about we start it off on your channel and then we meet back over here. So we'll do like 1 through 7 your way, 7 to 14 my way, and then 14 to 21 your way. So we can like balance it back and forth so we can keep the traffic, and we want to get the algorithm in motion. If Sonya is interested in it as well, I want her to join as well. But how does that sound? Because a lot of people are uneducated about the Willie Lynch story.
Oh, that's cool. I wouldn't even know how to go live, and what I would have to share this screen or.
Yeah, I'll teach you. Actually, I wish she was on the live last night because me and Sonya, I was teaching her to StreamYard, but I'll teach you.
Okay.
Yes. You know what? So
I only got about an hour before my wife gets home from work.
Oh no, you're okay. We don't have to do it tonight. I would like to actually explain it.
Another day. Okay. We can do it another day for sure, because I've already been writing up an outline and everything. I have it all broken down through the different tenets of how he uses the mind in order to socially engineer our community, and the tenets that he uses are basically, he says, let me see what page numbers this is. If you go to, let me see what page number is this on. The differences is on page number is that page number 15.
15.
Yeah, the differences they outline the differences amongst the slave and take these differences and make them bigger. He says, I use fear, distrust, envy for control purposes.
Okay, give me that page one more time.
15, slide number 15.
Okay, is this it?
Yes. No, the one above it.
Above it. Okay, there we go.
Yeah. I wonder why it says 15 on mine but 14 on yours. Yeah.
Wow. So in my bag here, I have a foolproof method for calling your black slaves. I guarantee every one of you that if it is installed correctly, it will control the slaves for at least 300 years. My method is simple. Any member of your family or your overseer can use it. I've outlined a number of differences among the slaves, and I take these differences and make them bigger. I use fear, distrust, and envy for control purposes. These methods have worked on my modest plantation in the West Indies, and it will work throughout the South. Take this simple little list of differences and think about them. Wow.
Yes.
Wow. Fear of somebody getting ahead of you, distrusting somebody that's going to take something from you, and envy somebody else because they are moving up. I mean, that was just quick off my head.
Right. I'm gonna read a little bit from my outline. I just pulled it up on my Microsoft Word. Under fear, I can only speak from my own experiences and situations that I've witnessed firsthand to convey my opinion of how fear factors into the relationships with each other. However, this concept is not exclusive to our community for the simple fact that everyone has the fear of a bad relationship repeating itself. How this applies to a social engineering in our community is mostly seen in the women's fear of taking care of a man and her being the head of the household. In most cases, not even aware of past efforts by the powerful people to ensure that she would never find her equal in a black man. This, in my opinion, only highly illustrates the success of the indoctrination deep-seated in our community. These same women will display their distrust in black men and will verbally abuse them, tell him he's worthless, and blame him for future failures to other black men of absent fathers, and never one time putting the blame on themselves or the fact that they raise men to be this way due to female bias. They will also never admit continuing the cycle of no good men by having children with these same men and repeating the cycle of teaching their daughters to be strong and independent and not passing these same lessons to their sons. Now, yes, the men are also at fault, but understand it's difficult for an adolescent male to be a man when he has never seen an example of a man set for him. Women must factor this in. I lost my place on here, but basically I'm just saying, it's just me saying that this cycle has been programmed, because with the Willie Lynch, when you read the whole letter, it basically says that the man, breaking the man was never the goal, because the men don't raise the children. Their goal was to break the women. Like all of these movies they show us is a lie. How they show us the big man dingo, 6'5", 200 pounds, solid muscle, getting beat up by a 5'2" white dude and all of that. That's just for dramatics. That the actual breaking was of the women. They wanted the women to see her black counterpart as someone that couldn't provide or protect her. And fast forward to where we are now, that's exactly the outcome that we have.
You know what? This is deep. And I definitely I love the fact that this is very important and you want to share. I mean, I really get giddy when I find people with like interest and want to educate and change the world. You know, some people say, oh, you can't change the world. Yes, the hell we can. Yes, we can. Okay. It's a job that we start right now, and we leave that legacy for those that's coming behind us. They're going to see this video. These videos don't go nowhere. So I hope everybody who watches get something from it, you know, and just know. Do you guys know the movie Mandingo came out in the late 70s or 80s? Do you know that video?
Yeah, I've seen it once or twice a long time ago. I actually need to go back and watch it as an adult and get a different take, because I watched Shaka Zulu again as an adult, and it was just mind blowing. Like, wow, I completely understood it differently.
Wow. And you know what? Just thinking of, back then our ancestors and how they went out into the fields and worked very hard. Actually, my great aunt, she actually picked cotton. I was gonna say, let me call her, but it's 1:06 a.m. here. But she told me a story about her picking cotton and things. But I definitely want to get that on camera because that was her experience, and for her to still be living today and not be harmed is a blessing.
Yeah. Yeah, they put Mandingo on the cold drum. Yeah.
Oh,
Did you close down that other page? Because page 31 is what I was talking about.
okay. Page 31.
Yes.
Let's go
Slide
to
31.
yes. Let's go ahead and go right on down.
It says breaking of the woman. There we go.
Like a slave. Okay.
Wait, is it?
No.
No. Well, try the one above it. I don't know why they're off. 31.
Okay, the breaking process of the African woman. Then take the female and run a series of tests on her to see if she will submit to your desire willingly. Test her in every way because she is the most important factor for good economics.
Economics.
We're going to do that one more time. Then take the female and run a series of tests on her to see if she will submit to your desire willingly. Test her in every way because she is the most important factor for good economics. If she shows any sign of resistance in submitting completely to your will, do not hesitate to use the bullwhip on her to extract the last bit of bitch out of her. Take care not to kill her, for in doing so, you spoil good economics. While in complete submission, she will train her offspring in the early years to submit to labor when they become of age.
It's crazy, huh?
Oh.
And this was written in the 1700s.
The pain, the anger, oh my God, it's like I want to cry right now. Like our ancestors are proud of us right now. Thank you. Thank you. But we're going to get this out here. And you know what? Now you gave me a weapon. This is my weapon.
Yeah, I use this against men too. I tell them all the time, you just acting like just how they want you to, bro. Out here killing. I have 5 nephews, and they all are completely different, but they all kind of got into gangs and all of that. And I can't knock them for that because that's where I come from too. But I've been attempting with all my might to get them to see the real. And I show them stuff like this. And for some of them, they listen. Some of them, they go one ear and out the other ear.
Yeah.
And I get it. They're in their 20s. And, in my 20s, I thought I knew it all too.
Debbie, I would definitely want to hear that story. Debbie says, I'm older than you guys, but I remember movies where it was normal to spank women, white or black, shaking my head.
Right. Slide number 33 is the independent woman. Literally, that's what it is.
Okay, am I on it?
Let me see. Let's jump over there and see it. That's 33?
Yeah.
I wonder what left alone, unprotected. No, that's not it. I wonder why they're different.
Okay, here it might be
by her. It says by her left alone.
Yeah, by her being left alone, unprotected, with the male image destroyed, the ordeal caused her to move from her psychological dependent state to a frozen independent state. In this frozen psychological state of independence, she will raise her male and female offspring in reverse roles. For fear of the young man's life, she will psychologically train him to be mentally weak and dependent, but physically strong. Because she has become psychologically independent, she will train her female offspring to be psychologically independent. What have you got?
What you got?
Oh,
You have a woman that says, "I don't need a man."
absolutely. And then it's like teach your son to depend on a woman.
Right,
Don't
because she's teaching her sons, because back then they would always separate the men from when they would get married, because the man doesn't create economics. The women will have children, and children create more slaves, which is more work, which is more labor, which results in more money, more economics. So you can sell the boys off, you can kill the boys. It's the women that produce the money, the children. Because I can sell their sons and make money.
Well, peep this out. Guess who's underpaid? Women. Guess who has to fight harder to get that position? Women. Guess who excels quick as hell? Women.
But let's hone it into the
black woman.
But hang on though. When you put them side by side, who's at the disadvantage? The men. The women out earn the men. Black women out earn black men. Black women are more educated than black men. The men are still, it's still there. It's the point of this slide is still there. The men are
his mindset is still
weak. Right.
Yeah.
His mindset is weak. Right. Now, of course, there's outliners. There are black men that make good money and all that. But at the same time, it isn't, when you look at where it all comes from, if you look at the hoods mostly, you see the women go to work and the boys hang out on the corner and drink beers and smoke and want to be rappers. They aspire to be rappers and things that, even though these things are obtainable, it just isn't practical. It's more practical. That's why a lot of black women become nurses, because it's practical.
Yeah, they want to help and cure somebody, healing,
right.
nurturing,
right? But it's a practical profession, as opposed to the likelihood of a guy becoming a famous rapper and making millions of dollars. That isn't likely.
Right. It is definitely a problem in our community. Debbie Lowe says, "I'm feeling bad. My sons always tell me that I praise the girls more, and us girls always complain about them and my husband." And she says, "They think I look down on them, but I promise I don't. But maybe I've been trained to this too. She says, but maybe I've been trained to. This is too deep. You know what? This is what we need. We need uncomfortable conversations. And listen, with these uncomfortable conversations, we're going to discover a lot."
Right. And to the lady that said that,
Miss Debbie,
you can't discount what your boys are saying, because they're telling you their experience. Whether you believe that's what you're doing or not, they're telling you their experience. You can't discount their experience, because this is their reality. This is what they see to be true. So you may see it as well, I treat all my kids the same, I love them all equally, but that's not the experience that they're living. That's what you gotta factor in. I had a talk with my mom about that recently, and I explained to her how I felt like my sisters got treated different, and me and my two sisters are turned out all completely different. But it sucks, because it's like in my outline, I talk about, there's a section on there where I say, just from the things that I witnessed in other families I would see around, including my own, the girls are always taught, get your own stuff, girl. Don't depend on the man for nothing, girl. Get your own this. Make sure you can take care. Don't depend on the man to do this for you, and don't depend on the man. But the boys don't never get that lesson. The boys are always taught, don't get in the gangs. Don't be hanging out. The police, watch out for the police. They get trained to survive. to just live and not survive socially and economically. That's what I see is the big difference. And those exact same lessons that the girls get, the boys should also get. Like I talk to my homegirl about it all the time, and she was like, well, dudes is this, that, and I'm a single mom. I can't teach my son to be a man. And I say, you know what? I 100% agree with you. But you can teach your son to be a responsible individual in society. You can teach your son that he needs to work and feed himself. And if he's going to produce any children, put himself in a position to where he can feed them too, because the children didn't ask to be here, And it's easy for me to say because I've lived 42 years and I've matured, but it's what was that?
Oh, I'm sorry. I was actually about to bring something up because what you are saying really stood out to me. And that's just like rapper T.I. I don't know if you saw his son in the news,
when he was in that chicken's place or that restaurant
at the Waffle House. And so I wanted to bring a video up. Shout out to Mag TV, because this is where we're getting a video from. And I wanted to play this and get your reaction.
If it ain't no pickle on there, I'll give you $1,000 right now. And I'm gonna look at my shit. Let it be some spit or something on me. Let it be some spit or something on my mouth. And what? I'm getting off live. Watch.
You might be asking yourself, can you actually create?
Because what I'm trying to say is, but what I'm saying is, they wasn't talk like that outside. Hey, I can talk how the f I want to wherever I'm at. I'm on live, Shawty. Stop talking to me. Stop talking to me. This ain't your fucking restaurant. Everything you make, I can pull out my pocket right now. I ain't tripping on you. Get the hell out of my face. I'm not talking to you. Who the hell is he? What's your name? My name King. You know it and your mama know it. Tell your mama Happy Mother's Day. Tell your mama Happy Mother's Day. Happy Mother's Day. File show. What? On game what? Come here. I'll show you what I do. Come here. Come on. We out here. I'm outside. Come on, shake some. Hey, get your employees. Yeah, suck something in this. Tell your mama Happy Mother's Day. And you still talking inside though. Why you inside? Can't stop me from doing shit. Let me get my food. Thank you. Just talking like they like that. They ain't like that.
But it's confusing, right? It's confusing because, I got a son, 17 years old, graduated with honors, AB honor roll, and a few people picked it up, a few people talked about it, a few people congratulated us, and I appreciate that. I really do. I value that. No matter how major or minute, I appreciate any consideration and appreciation given to my family. Any celebratory comments, appreciate all of it, right? But it seems as though the news of that was halted because it was in competition with some kind of minor ass remedial petty skirmish that happened at Waffle House. Now, hey, listen, bruh, anybody in here who's my age or even close to my age, you done been young before. You know what I mean? Come on, bro. You know how that's gonna go. You know it's gonna be a lot more times where you do the wrong thing before you learn exactly how to do the right thing. Everybody already know that. You know what I mean? I'm not expecting my children not to. I am expecting them not to do it on camera as much, but you know, that's just the world we living in right now. Regardless of that situation, man, that shit is very remedial when it comes to the real meat and potatoes of the discussion.
Okay, yeah, I was disgusted by that.
He
What
had
are
to
your
laugh at it himself because he knew what he was saying was ridiculous. Now, granted, there is truth to what he says. We've all been young before, and we've all do dumb things, and you know, you got to fall before you can walk. You know, you're gonna fall before you get it right, and all of that's true. But in that video, anywhere does he condemn his son's behavior?
No,
because I see him justifying it by saying, you know, hey, he's young and he's gonna do dumb stuff, you know. But at the same time, it's like, well, if your son graduated with AP honors and all of that, where does this behavior come from? He's smart enough to know better.
Mm-hmm.
It just seems like that's just that rich and entitled. It's like because he believes, I'm pretty sure he has security out there or something with him because
he had his boys.
Yeah, because I've seen videos when people disrespect people in restaurants and they get packed out, they get beat up.
Exactly.
So that leads me to believe that he felt secure and safe, and he felt like, oh, I'm T.I.'s son, so I have the right to act ridiculous.
But see, this is my problem. You're going into an establishment where your lazy ass didn't have to cook or prepare your food, and you want to come onto somebody's job telling them what and how and with an attitude and shit. I'm all about good customer service, and I'm all about you be polite and kind to the people that are making your damn food. You don't run up in a place and have problems with them. Okay, like now, who's on your side? Who's siding with you? And you just made a plumb damn fool out of yourself. And this is my thing with the whole social media shit. It's like you don't know what that man was going through. He works at Waffle House. You don't know. You don't know his circumstance. You don't know his situation. And that could have been his damn boiling point. And what if he grabbed your little ass and brought you across that counter? What was you gonna do? Oh, you was gonna take off running because you had a crowd of people with you. Don't do what you won't do alone in a crowd of people. It's not fair.
Right. What T.I. should teach his son is you don't know what's going on. That person he was dealing with could have had a gun in his locker in the back or something and came out, and like you said, it could have been his tipping point, and T.I. could have lost his son over a plate at Waffle House.
Over a damn pickle. Over pickles. He didn't want no pickles on it. So you about to lose your life over a damn pickle. Like if you wanted it a specific type of way, why didn't you send somebody else to go get it? If you can't contain yourself in public because you have fame and you have money, then you need to stay the hell out the way. Go to the retreat, go to the vacation house, get the hell out of our way. But what it is that young man, they've done so much in front of him, and you know, they treated him like an adult. So he was an adult before he was an adult. You know, he's calling shots around the house. You know, he's smoking weed. I mean, he was smoking weed at a younger age
Right.
than what he
I
is now.
remember I remember they show that they used to have, and when he was a little bitty boy, 5, 6,
Down
7.
in the hot tub.
And this is how he turned out from that little sweet little boy that he was, because he was a good little boy.
Well, no, Major is the good boy. Major is the
Oh,
good
what's
boy.
oh Major? Okay,
Major is the
okay,
good guy. Mm-hmm.
okay,
Yeah. King
okay.
is
King is the other one.
uh-huh.
Okay.
And you know, to have a narcissist as a parent, I mean, his daddy, he, if we recall, went up on stage and got up in a female comic's face and tried to address her because she had a set and she brought up some
of
you know,
his
she
personal stuff. Yeah.
yeah, like, well, no, she was doing her set. He heckled her, and when he got finished heckling her, you know, like she said her thing, and so they was going back and forth. But for you to walk up in her face, that was a bitch moment. That was a sucker moment.
Yeah.
Any man, you can walk up in a woman's. You way stronger than us. All that testosterone flowing through y'all body.
But that's just the thing. It goes back to what we were talking about. You know, he was raised by a single mother, T.I. So he has no idea of what a father looks like. So how he gonna be one? And that goes for all of us. You know, I was fortunate enough to grow up with both of my parents, and you know, me and my wife been married going on 13 years in August. But so many of us grow up in a household that are broken, that we don't know how to be parents or husbands or wives or none of that, because the example wasn't set for us. And you know, back to like what it says on there, like with the single mothers teach their daughters to be independent, but they don't give the same lessons into their sons. And you know, I'm sure most women like try their best, but as boys, we go out and we look for that father figure that was missing. My father died when I was 14, and that's probably why I got into gangs, is because during those pivotal years when I needed that direction, he wasn't there.
Sorry to hear that.
Oh, I appreciate it. I appreciate that. You know, it was 25 years ago. So.
Yeah. But just, I mean, what was that experience like? I mean, like you said, growing up without a father, I mean, like, did you know that he was, you know, unalived?
Oh yeah, he was my parents were divorced at that time. He was staying with my sister, and he had cardiac arrest. So he went to sleep and didn't wake up.
Well, that's the way to go out. I mean, I'm not saying this is good, but you know, a peaceful, you know.
Right. But the point I'm making is that from birth to 14, though, I still saw what manhood, manhood presented to me. I won't say what manhood is. I saw a version of manhood presented to me, which was my father getting up, going to work, taking care of the household, paying the bills, making sure everything was taken care of, making sure that, you know, we didn't want for anything. And, you know, he wasn't the best to my mother. And those aspects are the ones that I didn't learn. I learned to reject them, I should say.
Yes.
But the positive things that I saw are you know, I cultivated them, and me and my wife have a healthy relationship. She even told me, like, before, like, she saw the way that I would treat my mother, and she knew that by seeing how I interact with my mother, she knew that I knew how to treat a woman.
Yes. And you know what? That's what I looked for. I mean, when I saw my husband and how he interacted with his mom, and just, you know, women in general. I mean, our children's mother, you know, she she definitely let a good one go. And it's like when you get somebody good for you that loves you unconditional, that is committed and wants to make your life better, um, and elevate, that's what you go for, you know.
Right.
And
And I think
thank
that's why. Oh, I'm sorry. I'm sorry to cut you off.
yeah, that's I'm thankful for like that old time, like the old like the you know, like the older generation, and how like some stuff I can cut out, but I like the way that they raised. You know, you see an older person, you hold that door, you help with the groceries, or you know, you just be selfless, you help, be kind. What were
Yeah,
you gonna say?
I
I'm
think a
sorry.
lot of that too. It's like because there's a couple podcasts that I watch. I'm gonna name them in here because they don't need no help.
Oh, okay.
but they hold a lot of interviews with 20-year-olds. It's 20-year-old men holding interviews with 20-year-old women, and the consensus across that I see, I won't say all, but the consensus that I see amongst most 20-year-olds is that they're all anti-marriage. And
Mm.
it seems like the men are anti-marriage because they look at it as, well, I have more, I have all of this financial stuff to lose, which is ridiculous to me because most of the time at 20-year-old, most men ain't still trying to figure it out, and women are tend to
What
have
you
more.
gonna take with you? But I'm saying, you don't want to get married. I mean, what you gonna pile everything up in your casket and go down with it?
Right, but and the thing is, a lot of the women say the reason they don't want to get married is because they always say it's not our grandmothers and mothers' ages no more where we have to sit and put up with men and all of that. Like I don't want to get married. It was women back in the days had to have a husband to take care of them and all of that. And
Let me
I
just
don't.
stop right there. Well, first of all, women back then cook home cooked meals.
Right.
I say that right now. They not warming nothing up. What y'all need to do is learn how to cook. Get in that kitchen and cook up a good meal. Stop running out to them fast food joints. That shit is unhealthy for us. Start cooking at home, and it's cost efficient. I'm
Right.
sorry.
Well, not in today's market, but no, like that was another thing that attracted my wife to me is because my mother's from Louisiana and she taught me how to cook. So she would come through and I would be in here making white beans and frying chicken
Oh,
with,
okay.
with rice and turkey necks and all of that. So Tyler, no stimming.
Happy
Sorry.
Father's Day.
Oh, thank you, thank you, thank you. I appreciate it very much.
Father's Day to all the fathers that are in here.
Yes, happy Father's Day to us all. To the ones that deserve a happy Father's Day to be wished upon them, I should say. Because some men father children, but they aren't fathers, if you get what I'm saying.
That is true. We call those donors.
Donors, yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, and I don't know. I just see this whole Willie Lynch rift getting stronger and stronger, this separation to where marriage isn't seen as valuable. It's people see marriage as more of a commitment than having kids together. Like
Right.
it baffles me. Like, okay, so you're okay having a kid with this person, but you don't want to be a family?
Exactly. And then this is my thing. Two is better than one. But then we go back to the Willie Lynch, here you go, having, women have been conditioned to you're independent, you do this, you know what I'm saying? And then you have the guys that aren't really bringing nothing to the table. I mean, the only thing that they really bringing to the table is dick.
Yeah.
And I'm not saying that it's not some guys out that are good.
Oh
I
yeah,
mean,
that's what I'm saying. I'm not discounting what you're
yeah,
saying because of course we know that on the other hand, because I'm look at my experience and my friends around me, we are married and good dads and look after our kids and stuff like that. And I I just can't imagine not being there for my kids, especially like I said, and it's because of the example that I had set for me. I had parents that were dedicated to being parents, that understood that me and my sisters didn't ask to be born. We aren't a burden on their lives. Like, and I think a lot of like here's my saying, you guys can package it and put it on a t-shirt. My personal belief is that men create fatherless children, and women create single mothers. And how that goes is that as a man that got custody of my oldest kid, the excuse that I hear men say, "Oh, well, she took me to court and did all this, that, and that." Well, if you didn't fight, then that meant you didn't want to be a father. You would go to court and fight right alongside and say, "Your Honor, well, I want this and I want that." You wouldn't just accept whatever it is that would happen, because when men don't show up to court, what happens is the judge just automatically says she gets sole custody and you pay this money. And for men that don't want to be a father, that's fine for them until they start seeing that money getting garnished out of their checks. Then it becomes an issue. Then the woman becomes the enemy. Oh, she did this to me and she did this to me, and never taking into account that none of it would happen if you would have just stepped up and been a dad. Just that simple. And the single mother, the reason I say women create single mothers is just, it's just a given. Women are in control of whether a child is born into this world or not. I'm not promoting the A word, terminations of pregnancies. I'm not promoting that. But ultimately, if a woman's in a situation and she sees that this guy isn't conducive to the upbringing of a child, then she should opt out of it, especially if it's going to make her life.
Well, see, I would be against that. My thing is, why not put it up for an adoption? I mean, you have people out here.
Or there's that too.
But yeah, but you have people out here just being careless. I mean, you have the Plan Bs and all that. If you're gonna be grown enough, and I'm speaking to the adults that are consensually doing this. I'm not talking about anything else like a crime or something like that. I'm talking about these individuals that are laying down consensually and indulging in this act, and then something comes of it, and then you want to run to this plan. Like, no, give that baby up for an adoption. Some women out here had hysterectomies, can't have it. Life hit some people and they can't have children.
Yeah, and that's very true. And a lot of women that I talk to about that, they have this untold guilt, and they say, because a lot of them say, well, what if I give it up? And
look, this is a mental thing. I just discovered this, and I'm so sorry, but this is a mental thing, and I think it flows into here. When they terminate, I think it's a mental. Like, okay, I got a body under my belt. Like, they didn't kill somebody. What they did, they didn't do it personally.
I can see that, but what I was gonna say is more the flip side of, there's some women that I talk to that say, and these are women that haven't done it at all. They just said this is how they feel personally about it. They say, well, if I gave the child up and this family that adopts them on paper looks good, but then that child ends up getting abused, you know what I'm saying? Like
Mm-hmm.
And they're just like, they couldn't live with that on their conscience, even though they wouldn't physically see it. It would just be the thought that would haunt them. It's the same thing, kind of like what my mom told me when I was gangbanging. She kind of said that she would rather see me dead than in prison, and I didn't understand it at that time. Like, damn, Mom, you want me to die? And it was the way she explained it is that at least I knew your suffering would be over. It's like, because if you're in the penitentiary, I know that you would be suffering, and there's absolutely nothing I could do to help at all. There's no way I could comfort you. There's no way I can console you. I could write all the letters in the world, but that don't mean nothing. I couldn't embrace you and save you, because it's just her maternal instinct. So for her to know that I was in the ground would be more solace for her than if I went to prison. And I think that's why a lot of women are against adoption, is for that reason. Because just look at a lot of times these kids don't get adopted. They go to foster care and they get treated horribly.
Yeah.
Well, and then those kids grow up to just repeat the cycle. Just to imagine how you would imagine a child that grew up believing that their parents didn't love them, and then they get older and then have children themselves. What kind of parent are they going to be?
Right. And then another thing is, like, I just feel like if there were resources, if we had those type of resources in our community, those babies would flourish. You know what I'm saying? If it, like, I feel like if we had our businesses, like back in the 1900s, I know here in Tulsa, Black Wall Street, we had our own hospital. We had everything. And I feel like if we had that, a community for you come and bring your baby, you know, if you don't, you know, you want to give them up, you have a station to bring them to in our community, you know, and maybe I'm just wishful thinking, but you know,
No, it isn't wishful thinking, but that this Willie, if you get the time to read this whole Willie Lynch letter on your own, you'll understand why Tulsa had to be destroyed, because Tulsa was the freeing of this conditioning, of this mental conditioning. No one in there had distrust for each other. Black Dot, you trusted your neighbor. There was no fear of each other because it was just us. You see what I'm saying?
Yeah. And you know, we had everything. Like Simon Berry had the airlines, the buzz. I mean, everything. We didn't depend on the white man. You know, we had it all here. Three members got together and put it together. 3 Black people.
Right. Debbie Love asked, how do we build resources? The way that we build resources first and foremost is to build the community, because we are the resource. That like it said in the Willie Lynch letter, we are the economics, we are the money. In 2022, the Black community has over like $1 trillion in spending power, and at the same time, we are the only community that the dollar only circulates around our community for like 5 to 10 minutes. In the Asian community, the dollar circulates around for months, if not years, and it's just ridiculous. As soon as we get money, the first thing we do is go spend it somewhere else. We don't shop in our local businesses. We are the only group of people that if we see say Uncle Ruckus open up a barbecue shop, we go into his restaurant. Uncle Ruckus, hook me up. Like, why you wouldn't go into Fleming's and say, hook me up with a $500 dinner? Like, why don't you take a little bit off? Why don't you hook a brother up? You know what I mean? You wouldn't go anywhere. You wouldn't go into any other establishment and ask for the hookup. But when we see each other, oh, hook a brother up, you know, hook me up.
Well, listen, speaking of hooking up, I'm going to teach you guys how to eat for free. But Jennifer Love Sputa has jumped in the building. But Debbie says, but how do we combat the psychological barriers that we have to get there? And then she says, right, oh, hook me up. Yeah.
The way that we break the psychological barriers that are there is we have to acknowledge and admit that we are affected by them. That's the first step. We have to acknowledge that they're there and accept that we are affected by them and want to change them. As long as we have the mentality of, oh, it's not me, I'm not a slave, I ain't no slave, I'm free, I'm a boss, I'm a baller, I got this and I got that and I got this and I got that, and hold on to all of this material societal success, then we can that'll never change. So the psychological barriers that we need to overcome is to be able to look at a Black man and look at a Black woman and see yourself in them and want for them what you would want for yourself, and have them reciprocate that toward you and not look at each other with fear. It's like Chris Rock got a joke that says, you know, we always hear that it's the media that makes us look bad. He says, well, when I go to the ATM tonight, I'm not looking over my shoulder for the media. I'm looking for niggas. So that's what we need to change, this inherent fear that we have of each other. And we perpetuate it amongst ourselves. And the only way to change that is that the parents are going to have to instill these old school values. Like, these values got to be put into the kids. These men have to come in and be fathers to both their sons and their daughters, and vice versa. A lot of girls are the way that they are, and I say girls and not women because they, you know, it takes a certain level of maturity. They act the way that they act because they looking for that daddy. They looking for that daddy that wasn't there. A lot of these guys grow up and they living up under these women because that's all they've ever seen is their woman be the head of household. They don't know how to run a house because they've never seen it. So they're completely comfortable living under a woman and watching his woman go to work and he stay home with the kids. Now, the difference is when he stay home with the kids, he's not in there cooking and cleaning. He in there playing Madden and smoking weed. So even in the role reversal, it's not even done. If it was a role reversal, if it was true to the sense of role reversal, and these men were actually staying home, taking care of the kids, cooking and cleaning and helping them with their homework and stuff like that, I don't think that it would be necessarily bad because they would be balanced there. But the fact that balance isn't there, the problem that I see,
it would be balanced if the dude is like in and out of jail. I mean, yeah, like, okay, if you in and out of jail, you're on a schedule, so you know to get up early. You like to be told what to do. I mean, or that's what it seems if they're just in and out. And nothing against anybody that in and out, but I'm just saying, like, that right there is, what do they call that? Institutionalized. So,
but see, that would only work. She would have to go out of her way then, because if he's institutionalized and he's used to receiving instructions, she would have to call at 12 and say, okay, make the kids take lunch. She would have, you see what I'm saying? She would have to call and say, okay, now it's time to clean up the living room. Now it's time to do that. He would have to come. And who wants to? That's like having another child, and that's why a lot of those relationships don't work. Because the women look at it as
what type of woman would actually go through those loops and hoops. You would be surprised.
Well, they are, and that's the thing but I agree with what you're saying, and at the same time, though, that's in a sense of enabling, because again, the parents are the stewards of the children. So if you have a son and a daughter at home, and let's just use the example that we're using where she's jumping through all those loops and she's doing that boy is going to grow up watching his father being instructed by his mother. So he's going to grow up and say, well, the women are the lead. So when he becomes an adult, he's going to expect a woman to lead. He's not going to know how to lead.
Wow. Because she had to be independent all those years.
Well, even with the man being in and out, like I said, even if the father is institutionalized and he's there in the home, the only instruction that he can give his son is what? Jail life. Yeah. So what lesson is that? He can't use that in society. So what is he going? He's going to take that and say, well, I'm gonna be ready to go to jail because my daddy went to jail.
Right.
Versus like using myself, for example, watching my father get up every day and go to work. That was what I learned that a man is supposed to do. You're supposed to take care of the house.
Now, when you say take care of the house, like fix things.
Right. I'm not the best the candy man, but there's little things like the other day our toilet broke and I had to fix the toilet. And she was like, why don't you just call maintenance? I'm like, why? We're going to have to wait on. So I'm like, why would I call maintenance and we not have a toilet to use until they send somebody when I can just go to Home Depot and buy the part and have it fixed in an hour? You know what I mean? That's just, that was just me. But my father was a mechanic also. So it's kind of innate in me to be that way.
Oh wow. Debbie says, I have an embarrassing story about my son from a year ago when he was a teen. I was coming home from work one day. A group of teenagers were headed my way one night. I was scared. When they got closer, they were my son and his friends. So I mean, what did you do? Did you like clench your purse, your pearls? Did you have your phone in your hand, rated down 911? What was that like?
Right. That I think that was her responding to it out that Chris Rock joke when he was saying that when he go to the ATM, he looking over his shoulder for niggas. It's because
Oh,
it's basically her saying that, and the reason she's saying she's embarrassed is because, and you don't have to be embarrassed. It's what I said earlier. We have to acknowledge that the conditioning is there and we are affected by it. We have to acknowledge that we've been programmed to be afraid of each other and acknowledge that.
oh wow.
And
She was about to nuck if you buck.
right. And her being a woman too, and she was by herself. I understand. I completely understand. There's videos all over the internet where there's men following women home in the middle of the night and they running into their apartments, closing the doors before they can get in. You know what I mean?
You know what? My sister, speaking of that, it was one night, and this is when I was in my drug addiction, but thank God I only had like $1 in my purse. But my sister boyfriend, they knew that I used to love going to this little casino around the corner from my apartment in this store. And so one night I was coming home, and my sister's boyfriend that stayed with me robbed me. He was like,
Wow.
"Give it up, bitch." I dropped that purse, and it was like, oh my God, like close call. Mm.
Wow. That's
You
crazy.
know, it's our brother. You know what I'm saying? Like, it was just the simple fact of I knew it was him, but I didn't want to look, make anything obvious. But it was just like, damn, like you stand in my place and you do this. And this was back then, but damn, like your own people.
Right. And that's usually what it is. It's usually the people that are around you. And that's why we have to be mindful of who we surround ourselves with. Those old cliches are there for a reason. Birds of a feather flock together.
Yeah. And I don't mind standing out and standing alone, baby, because I'd rather, what I'm saying, be, off to the side and to myself than in the mess. It's like separate me from that. If I get to thinking that you thinking different or acting different or you on some shit that I ain't on, I've got to disconnect because energy transfers.
Right. The thing about that is that the creator made us to be social. So we're, like you said, energy transfers. We're designed to be connected to each other. So it's unhealthy to separate and disconnect. It's just we have this fear of not being accepted, and that's why people tend to modify their behaviors to fit in with groups that they believe are
Like ideas. They have ideas.
Well, no, not even the like-minded ideas, because I was a kid that grew up playing with let me see. I was a kid that grew up playing piano and right, doing all kind of different stuff. I wrote poetry as a kid and wrote short stories as a kid. And I was in the band and from the 5th grade to high school. And none of that at that time in the 90s was seen to be cool.
Right.
So I modified my behavior to fit in with the quote unquote cool kids. And
so you're adaptable.
Well, that goes into what I was saying. Like when my father passed away, that's when I became susceptible to looking toward different, masculine groups, because the band crew weren't seen as the masculine group. The band guys weren't getting the cheerleaders. You see what I mean?
Yeah.
So since that's what I wanted for myself, I conformed
Mm.
and I appropriated
Mm.
in order to get what I felt like I desired. And what's funny is that when I got out of it and I started being the kid that I was before,
Uh-huh.
here I am, married to a wonderful woman. We got 2 kids and going on 13 years.
Look
So
at God.
right, so I can only imagine how it would have turned out if wouldn't have been afraid to be myself then.
Yeah. You know, the exciting part about life is you can create new memories. You can always start over, and life is what you make it. And if people would just learn to really be straight up and really just be good citizens, like shit could really pop. Like you don't have to be evil, and we gotta stand up for what's right. Like I feel like the thing that we can really tackle is this trafficking and these drugs. I mean, we are losing these drugs have hit the black community. Like it's black people doing this ice. And I had an encounter with a family member that was on that shit. She was coming down and she got very violent, or she was on it, and I don't know if it was the liquor. She got very violent. But just the crack era, all that. I mean, it's just people, we've got to wake up. We've got to wake
Right.
up.
And the thing about this, how the drugs culture never died, is what I don't get. It's like I don't understand how, because I was born in '79, so I grew up through the '80s, so I seen it firsthand. I just seen, even like I said, when I gangbang, I even sold to mess my damn self like a dummy. But I've seen it firsthand, and I don't understand how these kids today are aware of that history, and yet they want to be out here doing mollies and popping ecstasy pills, and I just don't get it.
And you know what? Those prescription pills,
Yeah,
those
Vicodin
I
and
mean,
all of that. Yeah,
the lean. But listen, this is what they don't understand. While y'all thinking that stuff is cool, it is tearing you up inside. Do you know what all that stuff has in it? That is for the purposes that it was designed for. If you don't gotta take it, please stop taking that mess. Um, People is unaliving on that stuff, and that fentanyl is out there. Did you
right.
hear
And
about that?
they lacing everything with fentanyl right now. And I think the this is just my conspiracy theory,
Mhm.
but I think the government is lacing all of this stuff because ain't nothing coming in the borders and they not knowing about it.
Right,
I think
exactly.
I think that they lacing it with it because they want to kill off the undesirable cultures.
Population control.
Right. Well, not that and the undesirables. So if you're the type of person that do these type of substances, you're not conducive to society and you're not contributing anything to society. So I'm gonna take you out. Now
Oh, wow.
the issue that they're having with it is now though is that a lot of these CEOs and all of that stuff, they out there sniffing that coke and they
Mhm.
falling out. So now it's becoming now it's exposing them.
Yeah. Debbie says, I have a friend who said to me one time, I've never known anybody who has had as much loss as you. I cried that night because I didn't know that. Wow. I don't get it either. Ain't that something? Well, you know what? I feel like this is a great start to a great conversation for us to open up on so many levels.
Yeah.
On a good note, do you want to let the people know once again where they can follow you before we take it out tonight?
Yeah, because my wife just walked in the door right now.
Oh, hello, beautiful wife. How are you?
Fine. How are you?
Oh, blessed, highly favored. Just sitting here, getting some education from your king, honey. He is definitely educating me and our audience. We are talking about the William Lynch letter. So we're gonna get into that really soon and break some things down. And congratulations on 13 years.
Oh, thank you. Thank
No
you.
problem.
Right,
And so,
everyone, you can follow me or you can find me on YouTube at The Average Black Man Show. I'm gonna put my IG in the comments right now, Mr. Definitely.
Debbie Lowe says, "Hi, wife." She said, "You got a good man."
You're a celebrity now.
Yeah. She said, "You got a good man. You got a good one." Congratulations. Keep it up, you guys. Yes.
Yes, appreciate it. Thank you very much.
Absolutely. So the Average Black Man, guys, make sure you are following him on Instagram and all his on here on YouTube and all his other handles. So Mr. Average Show, we will definitely turn you over to Mrs. Upscale Black Woman. Okay.
I appreciate you for having me on the platform as always. You have a wonderful, wonderful night.
No problem. And happy Father's Day once again.
Thank you. Thank you. And everybody listening, thank you for tuning in, and make sure you click the like and subscribe.
Absolutely. Thank you.
Thank you. Have a good night.
All right. Good night. All right, ladies and gentlemen. So that was a great show tonight. I really, really enjoyed all of the conversation, the information, and a lot of people don't understand why I do certain things. This is to bring awareness. This is to show people that you don't have to be silent. You know, being silent is being violent. And so definitely, you know, you have a voice, let's use it. And let's enjoy every moment. And don't look for anything when you're doing something. You know, just do it from the kindness of your heart. Always be aware of your surroundings. And I ask you to definitely start stocking up on your rice, on your canned goods, bottles of water. And speaking of bottles of water, so my kitties is home. And so actually tomorrow is Father's Day. So we're gonna do I'm supposed to be getting dinner prepared. So actually when I get off of here, I will be starting up another live because I'm gonna cook my husband a nice dinner. He's gonna have collard greens, so that's what you guys are gonna see me like, you know, doing the collard greens and getting them started, all that good stuff. But I might just have me a smoke. I probably need to take a break, and then I'll probably do some shorts. Oh no, let me see if Sonya is still up. Oh, let me call her. Okay, so this lady, hold on one second. We might have another show, okay? And just to remind you.
Hello and welcome. Thank you for tuning in to Goddess Tulsa After Dark. This is where you let your hair down. Get you a beverage. Prop your feet up or down. Now it's time to hit the like. Are you subscribed? Don't forget to hit that Cash App because it's After Dark with the Goddess.
Okay, sorry about that. Hey, how are you, Breeze? Hold on. Let me get your name right because Cool Breeze, Cool Comedy.
Just Breeze.
Oh, Breeze.
Yeah.
How are you?
I'm good. How are you doing?
I am well. So listen, I want to say this. My name is Goddess Tulsa. Excuse me, I'm just natural and I'm on a show, but I'm willing to take time to talk to you. So I saw that you had joined the live earlier, but I do have footage of Morris. You know, he kind of went there and was saying some things about you.
Yeah.
We're actually talking about the divide in a community and black men degrading black women. Would you like to come on the show and maybe for like 5 minutes and just kind of give a spiel? You don't necessarily
Right
have
now?
to. Yeah, if you want.
Yeah, I can do that.
Okay. What I'll do is I'll send you a link right now and you just click on it.
StreamYard?
Yeah. And then let me ask you this. Do you have a business?
Yeah.
Can you inform us about your business if that's okay?
It's still kind of under development. I don't have a good
Okay.
explanation of what exactly I do, but I'm trying to develop like my.
You got some things that
Right now, my whole mission was to take down child predators and you know, be able to advocate for children and people with special needs, people who can advocate for themselves, create avenues for the ones who can to have a safe space to do so.
Okay. Well, listen, how about this? Right now, let me get you a link and then let's have this conversation.
Okay.
Okay. I'm going to send it to you right now. Okay. Okay. Thank you, my love. Okay. All right, guys. This interview is about to take a turn. Okay. All right, ladies and gentlemen, we have a special guest. I'm wondering if I should start this live over, but I'm not going to start the live over. We are just going to roll it on out. Hey, listen here, we are working 24 hours a day. Okay. Okay, so I just sent her the link. I'm waiting for her to come on, but this is a young lady that has showed up earlier and she was on the live and she was kind of like going off and saying, you know, what the light skinned guy. So this lady, she was going off on the light skinned guy with the blonde at the top, right? Okay, so let's see. Replayed your video. Okay, she says, great, Queen. I enjoyed that immensely. Am I putting too much personal out there? No, honey, you could never too much, never too much, never too much. Ever. No, ma'am. This is a place where we we let it all out, you know? I'm vulnerable, you be vulnerable, but nobody's gonna disrespect you and your vulnerability. I know that. Really safe, really feel safe. That's what I do. No, you say it. Say it. Yes, girl. I'm an early childhood professional and look forward to hearing what you all have to say about this topic. All right, so we do have a guest in the building. We have Cool Breeze Comedy. Okay, and without further ado, hello, how are you, Cool Breeze? How are you?
I'm good, Tulsa. How you doing?
Awesome. So, I would like to introduce you to the audience, and so, if you would like to go ahead and go first, and just let people know who you are, what you do, and your social media handles.
Okay. Shout out to the chicks with their daddy's voice and the dudes with their grandmama's booties. I've been wilding today, so my voice is going. So y'all bear with me. I'm Breeze Cool Comedy on Instagram, YouTube, Facebook, TikTok. I feel like I'm forgetting something, but yeah, on all of them, I'm Breeze Cool Comedy. I'm a comedian. I went into comedy to take down child predators, and I was inspired by Chappelle because I saw that Chappelle was saying stuff, and all of a sudden, white people was paying attention to things that black people have been saying forever. So I was like, used to be a social worker, worked in adolescent mental health, Spent about 5 years in the legal field as a legal researcher and paralegal. And in that time period, I was a volunteer guardian ad litem. And so I spent the past 20 years working with kids, educating children, and protecting children and advocating for children, and not just children, but also people with special needs. I'm an ESE teacher, so it's exceptional student education and math.
Wow. So you have a lot of credentials, and thank you so much for doing the work that you do, because I know it takes like a strong person just to have the mental to deal with kind of everything. And I don't know if you're a mom, but being a mom and just having all
Yeah,
that, it's
yeah.
I
I
want
am
to
a mother.
yes, and happy Mother's Day. I know it passed, but guess what? Every day is Mother's Day
Thank
because
you.
our job is never done. Okay.
Thank you. And
You're
happy
welcome.
Father's Day to all the true fathers out there doing their thing.
Yes, I'll let my husband know in the morning or when I get in bed here in a bit. But I wanted to bring you on because Morris Silver was on live earlier, and there was a young lady, and from what I saw, it looks like she, a person with a disability. And she's shaking her boobs and clapping her butt, and come to find out they have been intimate. And she was on the impression that nothing else was going on. There's a young lady named Marnique. Well, it all come out today that the guy was messing with the young lady Ebony and Marnique, and Ebony was kind of pissed off because you know she felt he betrayed her.
Yeah.
And she did say that he did come over and visit in her apartment, and when he left, so did her medications. And so
Oh wow.
yeah,
Wow. And I believe her.
yeah. And then this is what he said. So he confessed to popping a perk, and they stayed up all night. And so what I gathered from that is, a perk, that's like a downer, I guess, but staying up all night, that was something else. So when Marnique said that this behavior was not like Ebony, and for her to come on and be how she was, something was going wrong, and she felt like they were exploiting her. And I felt like they were too, because Ebony was in her panties and in her bra.
Mm.
And
I
I
don't
don't know.
know Ebony.
Yeah, I don't know
Um,
what city and state she's in.
that would be if she's where he is. That's Charlotte, North Carolina.
Okay, that's in Charlotte, North Carolina. Okay. But
Yeah.
he said that he drove to Jersey. So I'm wondering, are they in the same place,
No,
or
that's where Marnique is.
Oh, okay. So now
Yeah.
that helps me out a lot. Oh, Doc says, thank you, Breeze, for your work with youth and ECE.
Thank you. I mean, yeah, you're welcome, and thank you at the same time. Is I don't teach anymore currently. What I'm working on now, is program development. I'm in Atlanta now. I'm meeting with a nonprofit this week, to help them grow their already existing program and add some of the ideas that I'm bringing to the table, and also nonprofit fundraising. So we'll have some events coming up in the next few months. Uh, Many of them will have nonprofit fundraising attached to them. So raising money for causes that actually do good in our communities. So anything I attach my name to means like that program has been vetted, and I'm ensuring that the funding that goes into the programs that I'm attached to is being used to actually help the people that it's meant to help.
Absolutely.
So the thing with as I told you, I worked in mental health myself. So oftentimes on these lives, I see people, you know, we all got issues. And today it hit me to find out, like I separated myself from More Silver, specifically because we were both cast members on a show called The Roast Room.
Right.
And it is a group of all males. I was the first official female cast member. We were invited to do, I'm a stand-up comedian, and I also do roast battles. So I was with the roast room practicing. You know, it's kind of like sparring in preparation for the roast battles. And, you know, it helped me. Like, I'm not a social media person at all. I'm a super nerd, and I read books and stuff. So I didn't have social media up until 2020. And I actually was opening a mobile salon called Cool Breeze Mobile Salon and Spa. And Facebook said Cool is not a real first name. So I switched them around and it became Breeze Cool. And that page was to promote the salon. And I lost my job during 2020. So the money that I had to invest into the salon, I ended up having to live off of. And things just kind of, you know, turned all around during 2020. So that's, you know, all these things prompted me to go into comedy.
Yeah, sure.
So that said, I only had Instagram originally because to promote, if you go way back my Instagram, you'll see pictures of hairstyles that I've done. And so that's why I had the Instagram. And I only had 150 followers at the beginning of 2021. I started participating with the Roast Room, and my following grew to 700 and something within about a month. And the Roast Room following grew as well, which is why they invited me to be an official cast member. I met personally with Chapo De Niro, the creator of the Roast Room. He goes to North Carolina A&T. I'm an A&T alumni. And I was looking for office spaces in Greensboro and looking to invest in the Roast Room and expand it beyond being just an internet show, but trying to actually get it out there. And so then ATL.Loft hit me up to perform, and they asked, were there any other comedians in the Roast Room that were interested? So I put that in the message board in the Roast Room and, asked anybody if they were interested. Ready, which I don't know what name he goes by now, but you got Ben Ready, Ready, and then you got Ready, Reddy. Ready from the Roast Room. He said he was gonna go and Chapo was supposed to go. Chapo ended up backing out at the last minute, so I ended up riding to Atlanta, just me and Ready. Ready was hitting on me. I told Ready, you friend zoned it. I'm a tomboy, always have been. I hang with predominantly males. It doesn't mean I don't have any female friends. I just hang with predominantly males. I've worked in barbershops, construction sites. It really kind of depends on what career I'm in, because teaching, then I'm around a lot of females. So that said, typically, I let guys know up front, you're in the friend zone. And the guy, if I'm interested in a guy, I let them know so that it's clear. So those, so certain lines don't get crossed as far as my platonic friendships are concerned. So I made that very clear to Ready. And the following day, the show was on a Saturday. The following day, Sunday, we met back up in Charlotte, and we met with Silver. So it was me, Ready, and Silver. So one thing that I know now, what I'm saying, I was kind of getting the feeling then that this was a common thing amongst them, for them to just kind of harp on any female. You know what I'm saying? Pretty much it's any female. So it's not just me, but I was there for business and business alone.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know. Is that the post where I'm talking to men
Yes.
in general?
Yes.
Okay. Yeah.
I love this photo of you. Like, it gives me
Thank you.
life.
Thank you
You're
very
welcome.
much. So Silver, you know, now on screen, we had these different characters, and I got the notes somewhere in one of my calendars from last year, where I have notes written down from a meeting with me and Chapo and Coop. And we were talking about who the actual cast members are, who are friends to the show, you know, the kind of roles that different people play. So like there's Rob, he goes by Big Poppy Rob, and Rob would always be like flirting with me and, you know, saying crazy things like I would drink your bath water and things like that. So first, you know, I was like, Rob is a creep, but it's like the more Rob would do that, the more we'd get following. So we're like, all right, we're going to play that role. I'm going to just, you know, Rob will keep sucking up to me and I'm going to keep like roasting Rob. Right.
Okay.
Rob plays the fall guy a lot. There's a few people that play the fall guy, and typically in comedy, like comedy shows, these are tropes that you have. So Silver, you know, the Silver Fox, the clever one. I come in, my hashtag is smart girl funny. You know what I'm saying? So a lot of times Silver would say, like, my jokes tend to be more psychological.
Uh-huh.
And Silver does the same thing, but Silver does it like without a heart. Silver
Maliciously.
does it, yeah. And so that's kind of where it turned, right? So we get there to Silver's house. I've got the GoPro cameras out. I think they had died because me and Reddy had been, you know, filming everywhere we went the day before. Because we were working on a behind the scenes documentary of the roast room and shit like that. I still have that footage.
Wow.
So we're at Silver's house and Silver is flirting with me, but we not on camera. You know what I'm saying? So it's like, it's one thing we do it on camera for the lives. That shit is fake. That is, you know, that's a show. This is real life, and I'm here to talk business. I'm not here for that. And you know, and I'm trying to make it clear at that this is the point where I'm trying to set boundaries and let them know, like, that's the show and it's real life.
This is reality.
So,
so pretty much it was a storyline. So the storyline was, you know, okay, we're gonna be flirtatious and whatever the case may be, but in reality, you were not interested in him.
No. And so this was the thing. So when it became clear to me that he was like hitting on me seriously, right? I try to make light of it and be joking about it, right? So I just started roasting. So I was like, nah, dude, I don't do dudes with titties bigger than mine. And this where it started. So like now he getting his feelings because he was serious. And at this point, like I'm reflecting both of them trying to come at me, and I'm literally trying to plan. I'm like, I'm here for this amount of time. I'm going from here to Texas to go shoot a movie, back to Florida, and I'll be back here before the end of the summer. But can we sit down and plan out, like, these are what we're going to, this is what's happening, who's available for what, who's participating in what. And I couldn't really get straight answers because they, you know, their minds were somewhere else. So like the younger guys in the roast room understood where I was going business wise. The older guys, they was trying to get in my pants. So now, you know, it moves on to where now we've established like Breeze ain't having this, right? And so business wise, I come to find out later that behind the scenes, the older guys are getting in Chapo's ear, telling him I'm trying to come in and take over his show and da 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 da. And so now it's just a bunch of dudes gossiping. You know what I'm saying? It's like, well, if that's the case, I might as well go hang with some females.
Hang with some
I'm not,
females.
you know what I'm saying? So I'm like, and at that point, like Silver on screen, started trying to hit me with them psychological ones, started calling me masculine and things like that. And
But you was the same one that was just interested,
Right.
Like,
So
was I masculine? If I was interested in you, was I masculine then?
Right. So when I was in Texas shooting a movie, a comedian I Am Miss Music, she and I went live together to promote the movie, right? And in that time period, like I had to make an announcement because I have connections to professional, like, it within the comedy world, they're A-listers. You know what I'm saying? There's a comedy in the mainstream world. Within the comedy world, other comedians know who's who. So I have certain people that, follow me. I follow them that were liable to hop in my live, and they would just automatically start roasting them. And I'm like, remember, I was doing shit before I got with the roast room. So you can't just start roasting everybody that you see on one of my lives. I said, if you don't say roast in there, don't just come up roasting people. And they did this to Miss Music. Now she happens to be a comedian. Both me and Miss Music are hard of hearing. And she does sign language. I don't do no sign language. I do read lips. And something was said where like she misheard, right? And she thought he said something, and she was going on with a joke about whatever she thought he said.
Right.
He started cracking on her and making jokes about like she got dick sucking lips and just crazy, like off the wall shit. And I'm like, come on, Silver. I said, you got more talent than that.
I'll call him Morris.
Yeah, everybody called him Silver when I was in the roast room.
Okay.
Yeah. So I was just like, come on, Silver, you got more talent than that. Like I said, that's the best you can do. I said, because I don't remember what she said. Like, no, this is what it was. He was laid on camera like this. Me and him had been going at it. She said something. I thought she said something about his titties. I misheard what she said, and I started laughing at what I thought I heard. She actually gave him a compliment, and then he started coming at her. So that's when I stepped in. I was like, whoa, you know what I'm saying? Like,
yeah.
And so that's when I said to him, I was like, so you in your feelings now, and you trying to hit below the belt, you know what I'm saying? So
yeah,
he was denying being in his feelings, and me and him start going back and forth on a live. And that was something, up until that point, nobody had ever really seen me lose my cool and start going off. And it was really, to me, it was more because like, this is my guest on the live with me. We trying to promote a movie. You know what I'm saying? We trying to do some serious shit, and you just insulted her. And so it ended. Me and her went back to the set and was, practicing lines, running lines and shit. And the next morning I wake up and I got this paragraph from Silver. And him and another cast member named Doobie had gotten into it a couple of weeks before that. And so it was already tension in the roast room from the fallout with him and Doobie. Me and Doobie were cool, and Tumbo, they were pretty much the only two that weren't toxic. He sent me a message and said, the gist of it was like, fuck you and Doobie. And I'm not fucking with neither one of y'all no more, and da-da-da-da-da. I went to the group chat, and I said, oh, man, Silver said he not fucking with me no more. I'm my feelings is hurt. And then I made a few jokes. And then this is the thing. This is where they started to get on my nerves. Because outside of the chat, several of them were messaging me. Tumbo now openly says it, right? This is the joke that turned everything around. Okay. Tumbo was like, tell him you wanted him to take you bra shopping. I rewrote the joke. I said, I went back. I said, oh man, I'm really upset now. I just thought about it. I was looking forward to him taking me bra shopping like he did his daughter and taught her how to properly shop for bras. Some shit like that, right? He comes back and he's like, oh, we talking about kids now? What if I talk about your ugly ass kids? So I said, quote, that was not a joke about your daughter. That was a joke about your titties. But since you now took shots at my kids, it's open season. I said, ugly, 2 out of 3 of my kids got modeling contracts. I said, also, 2 out of 3 of my kids is equal to half of one of your kids. I said, I still haven't talked about your kids yet. Not really. That was a math joke. I then went on and said, further, my daughter's only 21 years old. She owns her own catering company and she grosses more income in a month than you do in a year. Your daughter is just gross. Now that's
hold on. Your daughter is 21?
Yeah.
Oh, no way.
Yeah. Thank you.
Girl.
Yeah.
Oh my God.
So when I got to that one, I said, that is a joke about your daughter. And at that point, he proceeded to tell me that the next time I show up in Charlotte, he gonna do X, Y, and Z to me and yada, yada, yada. So I'm like, okay, now shit's not funny. I said, now you clearly in your feelings because you done lost your motherfucking mind. Now you are physically threatening me.
Mm-hmm.
I said, don't none of y'all got nothing to say about that. Right? Because at that point, like Chapo, I guess somebody hit Chapo up. So Chapo was hitting me up on the sidelines telling me I need to calm down. And I was gonna be suspended from 2 or 3 episodes of what, like crazy shit. Like, nigga, is you crazy? I don't even use the word nigga, but when people start acting ignorant and stupid, then the word fits. Right? So I'm telling Chapo, I'm damn near old enough to be your mother. And you telling me you gonna suspend me from episodes and whatnot, you know? So at this point, I started letting them know, y'all all toxic. Like this is ridiculous. Y'all see this man here threatening me. We tell jokes all the time. People talk about fucking each other mothers, all kinds of wild stuff. And they were like, yeah, but kids and spouses is off limits. I said, I didn't say nothing about his kid at first.
Mm-hmm.
So after this, I start separating myself from I removed myself from the group chat and separated myself from the majority of them. I was still back and forth with Chapo. Doobie was trying to help Chapo smooth things out. Coop was in the hospital, so Coop was trying to do shit from, the hospital, but I told Coop, stay out of it and recover and take care of your health. This, what I'm saying, this shit is not worth this. But then it goes to Silver telling people that the reason for all of this is because I'm in my feelings because I tried to sleep with him and he rejected me. So I get back in the group chat. I said, ready. I said, what were you or were you not there when Silver came on to me and I told him I don't fuck with dudes with titties bigger than mine? And Ready and I don't remember. You sure laughed hard as fuck when I said that shit because it was, and to now at this point since then, and Marnique can verify this, there was an incident with another follower of the roast room, another female that me and her, we cool. You know what I'm saying? Like, we really cool. Mm-hmm. Another female from the roast room had an issue with one of them. Or she's not from the roast room. She followed the roast room. Had an issue with one of the guys from the roast room, and then he tried to stir up some shit between her and Marnique.
So he's
then just like now the shit, Ebony and Marnique, and like I told them when I had to get my manager and a lawyer involved to tell this dude I'm not playing. Like you're not playing with my reputation, not at all, sir.
Oh wow. Yeah, I believe I did catch you when you did say that. But my thing is, the sad part about it is you have this individual that's sitting out here playing on a young lady that is struggling herself. You know what I mean? And it's like y'all are taking advantage of her. She's staying in a hotel, but the only thing you have to offer her is to come over and steal from her.
So this is my gathering from his living situation. He tries to make it seem like, you know, he's the man of the house, he take care of the house and shit like that. I genuinely believe he's living off of a woman. Like he lived with a whole woman. So that even further, like, I know my worth. You understand what I'm saying? I ain't nobody's side chick. I like I know my worth. I've seen a whole woman in your house. How I look trying to come on to you. Not to mention how much you not my type. You can look at my children. All three of my children got the same father. They just got 3 different complexions. One of them is the complexion of my ex-husband. One of them is my complexion, and one's in between. Like Silver physically is not my type.
Yeah, he isn't mine either. He is really like when I hear him talk, he just sounds like he has some childhood trauma that he still has to deal with. It seems like he's dealt with a lot of rejection, and he still can't handle it.
No, he hasn't dealt with it. That's not what it is. He's a light-skinned Indian-looking black dude that grew up around black chicks. So he's gotten attention from black chicks his whole life. That's where his conceitedness comes from. But he got mommy issues. He got a black mom, and he do not like her. You hear how he talk about her, like you understand why he got issues with black women.
That's what it is. Okay, so I know it was a woman. I didn't know that it was his mom.
Yeah. And well, there's also his ex-wife. So she was a educated professional black woman, does very well financially without him. And I guess he felt emasculated by her. So that's where where he would try to like give me advice and shit on how I should carry myself. Because I guess I remind him of his ex-wife. But that's how those conversations came out.
Strong, blunt, vocal.
And she didn't want him no more because he a bum. He the type of dude to let a woman take care of him.
Wow. So what are your thoughts on Ebony? Like, do you
just I prayed for her. I don't know her. I don't know when she came around. I completely cut myself off and distanced myself from the roast room about a year ago. And so that's why I was very shocked, and it did upset me. It bothered me because I don't understand, why is my name still in your mouth?
Yeah. But this is my thing. It seems like he gets around. I mean, have you known that about him? Like for him to float around from like lady to lady?
All I know is what I observed during my time with the roast room, and applying just my mental health background and understanding human behavior and patterns, because it's the things he started saying. There are other guys in the roast room cast that have had conversations with him on lives. You can look back, and there was some outrageous things that I had heard that he said, and they say that like they're in the archives of the lives of roast room lives. So you'll hear him arguing. Doobie and him used to go at it a lot because of some of the things he would say about black women. Who else used to argue with him? I know a want to say him and Chapo have kind of had words a little bit. So it's a few of the dudes in Rose Room that have come at him for the things that he says about black women. But it's when he started making certain comments about his mother, that's when I realized where that was coming from and what you know, the root of his issues.
What were those comments like? Because tonight, the live was about, you know, black men disrespecting and really breaking down the black female, using her as a pawn for a gain of money. Because on the live that Marnique was on, that Nola had put up, a dude was saying something like he wanted to put her on a corner.
What, wanted to put who in the corner?
Wanted to put Ebony on the corner.
Like tell her to go sit in a corner like a child?
No, like go and work a corner.
Huh?
Like go and work a corner.
Oh, saying that Silver wanted to?
No,
I wouldn't
so
put that past him. I wouldn't put that past him. And kind of like the gist of the things that he said about his mom seemed, you know, like his opinion of her, she's a hoe, and ran off on his dad, and his dad was a good man, and you know, his childhood was ruined by his mother and her ways.
Girl, we might be putting together a story. I'm thinking that maybe.
Listen, when that shit went down, man, I got mugshots and records. I wanna say there's a. You know what? I don't want to say it without remembering correctly.
No, it's okay.
I don't want to say it and be wrong.
Well, listen here. Just screenshot
I
my.
know one is possession. One is definitely possession. The other one, I think may also lead into what we're talking about, but I don't want to put that out there without going back in my messages and finding those mugshots.
Okay, well, listen. I did set my email up there. We are communicating how we communicate. So I definitely want to talk about this. This is definitely a problem in our community, and we have to bring things to the light, you know?
Yeah. Well, I appreciate this. That was like, I'm on IG, in IG jail for threatening to run over child molesters. I don't know the validity behind the claims that there's somewhere out there. I don't know whose live it was on. I've been trying to get down to the bottom of it. But they say that Ben Reddy, who is now discovered, is a guy named Kirk. And when I had some issues last year with Sincere,
Kirk, yes.
Sincere, and then Kirk kept like all these different variations of pages with the name Kirk kept messaging me, and I kept having to block all of them. And come now, a year later, I'm finding out it's been Reddy the whole time. So, wow. But I had heard something about him saying it's no, you know, a 14-year-old, something about a 14-year-old.
That's actually, I think I have footage of that.
Say that again.
I said, I believe I have footage of that on one of my videos.
Please send that to me too, because I like to be factual. You know what I'm saying? So, you know, I won't call him a predator, but that's definitely predatory.
Yeah. It's for you to think like that and for you to look at or make the comment of it's okay, it makes me raise an eyebrow. And do you have children? And this is the thing, parents, when I don't let my kids, you ain't going to spend the night over nobody's house. No, I mean, it's not safe anymore. You just never know.
I fully agree. I was a hover mom, so like if there were sleepovers, they were at my house. But you know, I went into this because there was a man named Gustavo Smith, and he demonstrated grooming patterns to me, and I try to warn people about it, and I didn't have proof or evidence. I just like really had was my gut, and to to name the specific behaviors that he was doing that were undermining to parents, and he was specifically with a group of teenage girls. It just kind of looked odd, right? So I warned people, and then I ended up moving to Florida, and I get a call April 2019, 2:00 in the morning from my daughter. And she, long story short, I coached softball for 6 years. And one of my former players, he raped her. He drugged her and raped her. But the thing is, he has a pattern since I went into comedy to expose him. I did a campaign in 2020, put his name and face out for everybody to see. I had 3 more victims come forward, including one of his own family members. And the way that they describe his methodology is almost exactly the same. The only thing that's changed is the technology. So whatever he was drugging them with, 20 years ago, now he's using vape. You still there? Uh-oh. Tulsa, you still there?
Yes, I do apologize about that. So you said that he was using vape.
Yeah, he said he had given her something in a vape, and one of the details, all of the girls have the same details. They woke up with him on top of them, but they were groggy. You know what I'm saying? And like not in their right mind. So, because I had kind of questioned, I'm older, don't know much about technology. I was like, well, I've seen vapes with the cartridge and stuff. Is there a way to tamper the cartridge? You know what I'm saying? So, but until when the other girls, gave descriptions of what happened to them, and they don't know each other, and they are about a decade. It's like a decade between my softball player and the next girl, plus the family member, and then there's another girl about 5 years older than them.
Oh wow.
So, he groomed this particular child for 3 years. He uses his own daughters, which is something that everybody's very concerned about. He people that know him know that he's made inappropriate comments. Just a lot of attention to his daughter. Went through puberty around 10 or 11 years old and was constantly making comments about her shape, which made a lot of people uncomfortable.
Yeah, and see, my thing is these signs and things like that, we definitely cannot dismiss them. We definitely have to protect our children. We definitely have to have conversations with them and just let them know it is okay for you to come to me and tell me if something ever happens to you. Okay, hold on.
You still there? Uh-oh.
Okay, am I back? Can you hear me? Uh-oh. Okay, I'm not really sure what happened, but we will be this story is still developing. And so we definitely will be standing for what's right. And we have to acknowledge that we have to be careful. You know, people, they get on social media and some people, they just abuse it. And it's so sad. I know Baby Doll had come up. Okay, there's Breeze. All right, Breeze. Okay, Breeze, you there with me?
Yeah. Okay.
Okay.
Down there.
Uh-oh. I think Breeze had jumped out. But this is really important. We definitely have to protect those that are being used. You know, it's not cool. It's not funny. Don't chime in and laugh. Like, if you guys have stories or topics that you want to talk about, you can definitely email me at sweetcheeksbabe@icloud.com. Don't ask me why that's my email. That's mine. Okay. Yes, it's definitely my email. But this is the After Dark, where we talk about any and every topic. We want you to come in, let your hair down, get comfortable, be vulnerable, and also engage. If you are new to the channel, please like, share, and subscribe. We will have more interviews coming in the future. Shout out to the people that stopped by tonight. We have Jennifer Love Spewitt, we have Debbie Lowe, we have Doc, we have the Doll, we have, let's see, I believe Sonya was in here earlier. Yeah, it's been an amazing show. I mean, we've been going 4 hours strong, and I hope you all got something from it. If you are the replay gang, shout out to you. You missed a great show. Make sure you catch the next one. And on that note, I'm your host, Goddess Tulsa. And this is the Goddess Tulsa After Dark. Thank you all for joining me. If you are feeling generous, you can send me a cash app to $Beautiful070707. You can PayPal me at Keeping Up With Your Queen and Zelle me at QueenTulsaOklahoma@gmail.com.
Hello and welcome. Thank you for tuning in to Goddess Tulsa After Dark. This is where you let your hair down, get you a beverage, prop your feet up or down. Now it's time to hit the like. Are you subscribed?